Okay, surely today, guys, we're getting news, and it's gonna be prompt, alright? New hero talents. Yeah, buddy. Oh my goodness. And thank you so much for the 5 gifted, my dude. Thank you for the new sub as well. Welcome to Sifuk, Emeretta, Linda Lou, and Mana, as well as Chaos. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, dude. Damn. Thank you so much. They said there's gonna be hero talents today. They said, okay? They promised. They think he promised. So, we're ready to review them whenever they are. It's gonna be a spicy waiting game. I can't wait. Jedith said he didn't want to sit around and wait all day, and so I was like, don't worry. They can come watch my stream. Just like yesterday, but better, okay? Because they're actually, you know, they're gonna release it faster. And I got yogurt. And I got a backup plan, okay? I ordered the special stuff from Panera, you know? So if this doesn't work, we have a way out. Surely we get reworked, Oracle. John, you're the 89 months in a row, by the way. Holy crap. Nah, I don't think that we get reworked Oracle, to tell you the truth. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. I'd imagine reworked Oracle is going to be like one of the slower things. Let me finish my yogurt. I'm not expecting Oracle. Maybe the Vamp Weaver, Void Weaver. But like, they haven't done anything with Monk or Shaman, right? Seven hours for one hero treat? No, not 7 hours. You guys will go until 8 p.m. again? No. Positivity, guys. I'm already refreshing Wowhead.com. Already. Where is it? Oh, they posted Blues news! We love our Blues news. The content update. Oh, yeah. How do I feel about Holy Priest and M+, so struggling with survivability and high tyrannical? When I am playing Holy, I'm either running with a Leaf from Everbloom, or the Rage Heart from Raid, but, you know, obviously that's tough to get. So, like, having the Leaf, I run Chokra Shielding. I've got, like, 30-something% verse. I'm stacked. I'm stacked to the gills with defensive value. Yeah. Because, I mean, yeah, Holy's not that tanky. But the more things that you can accrue for yourself to pick it up helps. No, Gexel. We're not waiting 5 hours, okay? We just got started. I ordered the Death Lemonade from Panera. So, one way or another, we're not going to be waiting all day. Yo, how you doing, Husk? Thank you for the 20 stream streak. Give me a hit of that. Dude, it's also, they didn't have normal lemonade. It's like mint and strawberry or something. Yeah. How you doing, Ron? Good to see you, man. And targeted 7 times in a row by the 3rd boss of Plaguefall. I know, right? And of course, I'm drinking coffee before I get it. How do we feel yesterday about that much of a delay to get a random date? I had to leave. It was pretty goofy. If it had to be a movie, it'd be a very goofy movie. Yeah. Yeah, you bet, Dion. The other thing is, oh, actually, here's a good Everbloom tip. And this works for all projectiles, by the way. Once a projectile, like the third boss Everbloom, the fire bolts, once they're flying through the air and going at you, they've already calculated how much damage they do. So if you're not pre-fading or pre-protective lighting yourself on that boss, you're taking at least 2 full hits of maybe 5 hits of 5 bolts, something like that, 4 bolts maybe. Unmitigated. If you're like waiting, you know? So make sure you're always pre-DRing those. If you have a bolt flying through the air from the second boss when they're casting on you and they're like, you know? That's already been calculated. So if you see a bolt already flying through the air, it's already been calculated how much damage it does to you. So pre-defensiving stuff actually is pretty insane. How you doing, Madsen? This highlight lies. The portal's not spawning every half hour. What the heck? You just pointed out such a vague announcement? Me too. Me too. Is that animation? My mic's right here. Hang on. There you go. That's the stuff. That's second boss. But yeah, just keep in mind. Just keep in mind. That stuff always calculates in advance. Yeah. A lot of people say they hate DF dungeons the most. I don't mind them that much. There's kind of a trend where people hate the current expansion's dungeons more than the other ones. That's kind of how it always goes. Your visual learner? I got you, big dog. Anytime, anytime. John, have you tried the death lemonade from Panera yet? Let me give you rave reviews. I'm kind of excited to try it, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, hero talents. Let's look at the very normal comments on Wowhead. 120. Oh man, this could have been a tweet. Let me a good announcement of announcement. This is not really a lot of info. Really effort. Low effort. Thank you, troll. Fuckity troll. Shitty troll. Oh, low effort, shitty troll. Yeah. This is gonna either flop for them or be a major success. I'm guessing it'll be a flop. This is all the dev blog is, really? All the mystery to announce a date? Owned. 100% will flop because our expectations are massive. I hope I'm wrong. Yeah, that's the expectation thing is a lot. You always get a death lemonade, then dilute it with more lemonade to make it less potent. Then you're just ordering lemonade. The heck? Wait, where do you get the additional lemonade from? Not a repeat of yesterday, all right? Only positivity, Serafita. We are definitely getting faster stuff, okay? Costco lemonade. Ooh, there you go. That's why I just make my cold brew at home, though. I get my caffeine fix most of the time that way. 7-hour leg shaving stream. Oh my god. Hurry, bustin' Panera and drinks lemonade. There it is. That'd actually be pretty good. That'd be a really natural way to do the cross promotion. Like, did you guys see the Cerveza Cristal ads that they had in what, Chilean Star Wars? How you doing, Christian? Nope, we are eagerly awaiting them because surely they're not going to make us wait all day. Today, arm shaving? Nah. Dude, it's like, you know it's coming, Fiend. You know it's coming, and then you're just like so excited for it. Yeah, I love me some homemade cold brew. Some fan-made ones. A fake Baki chapter with Cerveza Cristal. More Diablo news? Really? Man. What did I train today? Nothing. I am sore. 2 days ago I did chest day and I still feel it. Yesterday I did back and arms and I'm really feeling that. And last night I did yoga and I'm really feeling that. So I'm chilling. Yeah. I feel bad, but then I also know that like the days that I've gone on like 2-week train streaks where I'm just like lifting every fucking day, just, you know, also stagnates your progress. So today is rest day. Today we rest and we eat. I actually ate a ton yesterday too. I had a Five Guys double burger with fries. I had 3 ground turkey tacos with cheese and spinach and crunchy shells. And then I got back and my stomach was hurting from doing yoga. And so I made a massive plate. I have a picture of it actually. I even took a picture of it. I just made myself a massive plate of pasta and chicken. And ate this entire thing. Right before bed. And so I felt a lot better. Felt a lot better. Yeah. Shaman's always last. I'm hoping we get some shaman stuff today, man. Shaman and monk is my hope. Upcoming changes to M plus and 10's giving max vault. Do you think they'll also award portals? They would make sense, right? Yeah. Because if they didn't, then that'd like fuck with people, right? Don't you think? It kind of fuck with people where it's like, haha, the portals are now even harder to get, you know? Yeah, I felt a lot better after the pasta, John. Let me tell you. And the bowl was like big too. So yeah, tomorrow I'll do shoulders though. And then Sunday I might go hiking. Might do leg day. We'll see. 5 power walks over the week. You're taking yesterday and today off. That's aching shins and blisters will do that. I believe it, man. But hey, good on you for walking. You know. Nightmare last night that Blizz released a developer update, but it was only 3 sentences. I had a nightmare last night that I had a roommate, and we only had a studio apartment. Yeah. So it was like my bed, and then like not even a full like partition or whatever. It was like a waist high little like separator between us. And then it was his bed. So you could like look right at him. I don't even know who it was, too. And then he was like working on some project, and it was like he was doing it near my bed as I was like, I guess I was reading a book in bed or something, and it kept like shedding like staples. There's like staples in my bed. I couldn't get rid of them. It was crazy. Kept getting like pinched. I'd like move it, I'd get pinched, and I'd find another staple. It was super weird. But then I guess I got like consciousness, and I'm like, how much of the rent are you paying? And then the dream like fell apart and I woke up. Give it a few more years, studios will be expensive enough that I'll need a roommate. God, don't I know it. I do have some weird dreams. I do have some weird dreams. I'd be down for a bunk bed, as long as I got a top bunk. Yep. Yeah, I usually don't have like horror dreams. Usually I just have like really annoying and uncomfortable, like, well, if anything, a bad dream for me is like people are just annoying and uncomfortable and I can't leave. Yeah. I need a coffee. Some of the previewed hero talents come out way later as well. The 4 before the 8 previewed at super late hours. Don't put this evil on me, Flux. Don't do it. As Holy, do I only take Vamp and Brace if you spec into mind games? I never take Vamp and Brace as Holy or Disc. Can't decide on the best cold brew maker? I got you. Oh, it's so easy, Scotty. My boy. The town's coming. Hopefully soon, TM. Hopefully soon, TM. I think last time they did release like midday around this time. These are the ones that I get. They're by Modern by Design, and they're basically just these coffee socks. You order like a thing of 100 of these for how much are these? They're not always available too. It's weird. I think they're like 5 or 10. I spent $30 on it. Anyway, but yeah, these are great. And then you get a just get like a regular glass pitcher. I just got like a glass pitcher off Amazon, right? But you want to get these like tall ones because there's some that are wide, but then you can't remove it from the pitcher if it's wide. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, get something like this. Make sure that's tall, and then you can just pick it up and take it out. Thank you, Electric. Let's go, man. Yeah, do an equivalent of 30 to get it. You never get the portals. Yeah, I don't think they would do that full. That'd be wild. But yeah, you just do those. You get your sock, water, cold brew, right? Grind your own coffee, and then you're chilling. Like, I literally have 2 big-ass pitchers in my fridge that are just constantly cycling cold brew, you know? Saves so much money. I also put a lot of coffee in it. So my coffee cups are strong. But yeah. But you can always brew to taste, you know? But I pretty much keep the sock in there for like 30 or 40 hours. Something like that. Like almost 2 days. And you're big chillin'. How you doing, Dude Rave? What up, Ryder? Why did they repost the Blues news? I don't know. What's the OXO cold brew maker? Let's see. Are you like making it in advance? Oh, so you're making concentrate. I see. So when I just make it with the whole pitcher, I put enough water so it's not really going to be a concentrate. That makes sense. Does this like work quickly? We're definitely not going to wait super long, Wheat. Definitely not. Yeah. The EU's caught up on cold brew? Eh? Start the trend, man. Start the trend. Be the change in the world. Cold brew maker. There we go. Hi, Dinrag. Cool. So what do you guys think? Do you guys think flop or not? You think our expectations are sky high for the 10.26 announce? Or Chakra's back in Kata? I do. I probably will play a lot of Kata. Yeah. If the timing all like works out. But like I'm probably gonna play it a bit differently, but we'll see. Yeah. No care unsubbed. You're already over it? Yeah. I was closed in 2 minutes. We still haven't started our development update. What should we write? Oh, man. Oh, banned comments. Make an announcement. I bet you love movie teaser trailer announcements, you sicko. But how is that inappropriate? Come on. See, we get to look at all the banned comments. Enjoy the patch because most people don't even know it's coming, but those that wait for something will probably be disappointed. Yeah. It's tough. It's like you don't want to like over expect things. At least we know that it's not going to be like player housing, right? At least we know that because they said it's a limited time mode. And if they gave people limited time housing and then took it away, oh my god, they're going to need some strong gates at Blizzard HQ. Yeah. It's a gold farm. I thought it would be something that would relate to like classic players. I was expecting something that's gonna be more of a like classic player tie-in. One sec, food's here. Oh baby, we got that death lemonade. You know, I actually haven't eaten like a, what would you call it, a whole apple? I want to call it a raw apple. And God knows how long. I usually just have slices. Xmog and renown boosting, yeah. Definitely Xmog. Damn. Yeah, this lemonade's really good. Yeah, I'd say cautiously optimistic is the way to go with Blizz. I know EU is up in arms about no global release. Would be Xbox on the level of Green Fire, yeah. Part of me thought about it of like, oh, come on, this is the way WoW has always been. But then it also kind of spoke to me of like other games that I follow, like Apex, or sure it's the same thing for Helldivers and stuff too. It's like, oh hey, it's out for everybody. Enough said. Give me a kick, same. Yeah, I saw the CEO was like, there are no flying bugs. I like that. Apparently there's like a third faction too that's gonna come up in the game. Yeah, Blizzard does seem pretty confident. We'll see. Oh, the content creator can shut the fuck up. Am I a Dune enjoyer? I am. Actually, that reminds me. Yeah, change my Discord profile picture. Hang on. There we go. Saved. Got it. I am also a Sanderson enjoyer. I did not get one of the sus popcorn buckets. They were sold out. Too many degenerates. Too many degens. You're unable to view this. I'm blocked by this person? Yeah, I am. Who is this? Who's this? Yeah. Oh, you what? Bad podcaster? I don't know. Yeah. Who knows? I'm just here to fuck the popcorn bucket. Gambit time. Should we do it near the top of the hour? Every half hour you need to consolidate the economy. Oh my god. What's the meme? Four words to say during sex. Lisan al Gaib, babe. Oh my god. Yeah, dude, movie was good. Movie was really good. I found a picture of Ryan Gosling as a character in Dune. I guess the eyes don't show too well. Eyes don't show too well. But this picture's great. It's almost all wrist. Yeah, that was after chat was gaslighting me about how easy the Holy Priest Mage Tower was when it returned, and it was not. And I was like the second or third person in the world to get it. But we got it before EU did. That shit was insanely hard. They nerfed it like 4 times after the fact. So it's much easier now. But like, when it first returned, it was insane. I had to like go to raid or something like that, and chat was like, "It's easy, bro." And I was like, "Phew." I'm taking a break. I threw the headset into like my couch or whatever it was. It was much easier now. If you're getting one shot on the disc one, you just got to kill them both together. Because you'll get one shot by the enrage if you let it rage and just do its thing. Yeah. Yep, there are new hero talents to reveal today. So we're camping out and getting ready for it. Yeah. According to this week in WoW's post, on March 15th, there is a look at more hero talents in the War Within. So they said it's gonna happen. Yeah. Mage Tower's fun. It was just obscenely tough when it first dropped. Yeah. Oh, and people pissed me off because we had... Okay, that was the other thing that made me upset about the Mage Tower. They let us PTR test it before they brought it back. I did it, and I completed it, and it was fucking easy. And I was like, oh, this is the exact same stuff that you had to deal with last time around. And so I more or less copy-pasted the guide, updated talents, did that, right? And then they changed stuff from PTR to live, and I had to change my strategy, and everyone was pissed at me. And I had to remake the videos and, like, all that stuff. And people were, like, bitching at me. I was like, bro, what? I did my due diligence. I did the PTR testing. I did the original version. You know, I made the video, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, and then Blizzard changed stuff around, and so people got mad at me about it. It was like, the fuck? So, yeah. That was also what made me upset that day. But that day, I did both the challenges for Holy and Disc, rated, and then updated the guides and videos, posted them the next day. And then I think I took a day off because I was like, I'm fucking done. Got a teaser about a teaser? That's the best. Yep. But at least I got a steak and cheddar sandwich, so you know. Ooh, barbacoa tacos sound good. So there was an announcement of the Pirate Day thing. And it was basically, hey, pirate patch. And then it's coming soon. You know, that was it. So what we should get is we should get the hero talents and what they do. We should. We'll see. Thanks, Anonymous. Swansea. GBD. News from a friend who has a guilty that if 1026 didn't leak, Blizzard employees get a bonus. Dang. Now you gotta pay your employees to not leak. What hero talents? We don't have any monk and shaman stuff yet. So those are top of my list. Maybe we get the Void Weaver stuff. Because the Shadow Priest might go feral if they don't get anything yet. Well, we'll see. Like, I don't know, maybe Void Weaver. But I'm more expecting to see Shaman and Paladin at this point. I'm not expecting to see the reworked Oracle yet. Mage? Have they released? Oh, they did Frostfire, right? I'm sure they'll release another Mage one. Mages are their favorite. You know? "100% late because the Shaman towns are not finished." Oh, they never are. have to go hybrid hero towns. Can you go all in on holy for some holy benefits? Nah. As a holy priest, you are either a holy disc hybrid or a holy shadow hybrid. Yeah. And a warlock one? Yeah. We'll see. I'd imagine if we're getting alpha maybe into this month, into early next month, then, you know, like they'd have to release a lot today to like stay on track. They've had times that they released 4. They've had times they released 8. So. $12 today. Wait, confirmed? Oh, you wish? Damn, dude. That's messed up. Pretty be disappointed. That's a good point, Kareem. Come play priest. Kind of regret getting these red onions. Not that great. A 7-hour waiting stream for some news today? No. Not 7 hours. Definitely not 7 hours, okay? All right. Let's do our predictions, okay? Hero talents at top of hour. I don't know. Place your votes, gamers. They late again? Who knows? Who knows? Place your vote. Still waiting on that development update. It's gonna happen, okay? It's gonna happen. Yeah. How you doing, Ganesh? There we go. My man, AJ. Let's go. Lamau no gang. Oh my god. Listen, I'm just saying 93% of people are voting Lamau no. The poll is open for 20 minutes though. Lots of time. And as usual, we'll have a little 5-minute grace period. An all-in no last night, lost your channel points. Surely going all-in yes with today's channel points you've earned will get you back. There you go. I can only do the polls on Twitch, Anonymous. So I'm multi-streaming on Twitch and YouTube. Fortunately, I don't have any channel point prediction poll kind of stuff I can do on the YouTube stream. Yeah. Sorry, YouTube gang. We love a little gamble. Damn, this lemonade is fucking strong. Damn, dude. Seeing colors already. Archon's new ability to replace BI and cycle between debuffs for different types of enemies. There you go. What I get is the Death Lemonade from Panera, yeah. But it's like strawberry and mint. It's really good. But then you kind of get the hit of like all the caffeine you're drinking. You're like, oh, yeah. I ordered a large too. I'm like fucking jittery. All right, just getting some water real quick. We're gonna have a good day, guys. We're gonna have a good day. Mm-hmm. I wanted the normal lemonade version, but what can you do? Put myself on edge with that lemonade, and here town's gonna take 7 hours again. Well, at least I'll feel like going to the gym after we're after stream. Yeah, keep bouncing off the damn walls. Oh, I believe it. I believe it, Chloe. Yo, Kiana, thank you so much for the 8 months and the prime. Much love, much love. Question about healing is I'm afraid that now during some M+, some healers will not be needed. Do you think that some of them will be Banch? Banch? I mean, after MDI, I'm sure some people are going to try, like, no healer runs and stuff, but, like... Oh, benched. Oh, maybe. I think people, like, try it, but then they realize they stand in too much garbage, and they're not, you know, elite gamers, you know? Yeah. Or... Oh man, we're almost at like 50-50 for the hero towns. Got like 14 minutes of the prediction left. I know, Griffin. Or because they stood in garbage, they'll blame the healer anyway. The one that doesn't exist. Hey, Zelia. PvP mount, let's go. We're refreshing Wowhead. We're eagerly awaiting the news on more hero talents. Wait, they updated the Blues news post. Wait a minute. What was this hotfixes thing? Oh, yeah. This is the hotfix for, like, player buffs and stuff. That's right. Yeah, PvP stuff. That's right. I forgot that it was this week. Hero's now a cooking streamer. Just following the trends. Following the trends. Understandable. Cooking's where it's at. Based on assumption that Blue's gonna troll as hard as possible. If it's gonna be another day of them being like, oh, we forgot. Lordy. Troll Blizzard back by not paying us up until 11.0 launches. I actually wonder how many people do the like 6-month or 12-month subs for the rewards. And that actually gives Blizzard a lot of like leeway, you know? Electronics repair, oh no. I would never do that on stream. I would break something for sure. You 12 months up for the bounce? I mean, I do the 6-month, so yeah. I totally get it. That's that I think is like their overarching point, right? Is like they know that more people are subbing for longer, and so that gives them more like leeway to have these droughts sometimes, even though they're trying to break the cycle. Get new balance tuning? No, that balance tuning was like 3 days ago, 4 days ago. Yo, Thorobos, thank you so much for the prime. Ace Verse, you think that we'll be hitting crit cap as well next season? Probably, yeah. It's like, take stats to DR, go for next stat. Rinse, repeat. I mean, Disc is already past their DR points. They're entering into like the second level of haste DRs. But I think it takes a really long time to hit Verse DR, right? Where's my chart? Yeah, Verse DR is like 6,000 rating. Whereas Haste Crit and Mastery are all like 5,100, 5,400. Yeah. I don't think you'd really go much higher in Haste. You know, you'd go like 40, maybe 45, and then that would be it. Yeah. I think that'd be plenty. Aug's already at 50% Mastery DR? Oh, God. Oh, Billy, thank you for the 42 months, my dude. Let's go, man. Yeah, you can really get the double bender with like PI up. Just for a smidge of time. It's really fun to do on last boss of fall. Yeah. Chances of pre-vokers getting a 40-yard range in a hero tree of the new X-Pack. If it's in a hero tree, then everyone's hard locking that hero tree. Yeah. They should just do it for next X-Pack, though. I don't see why they wouldn't. How you doing, Colony? I don't think you'd triple smite. That'd be sick, though. Yeah. The reason for the tank to start running Blighted Galakrond all over the place now? Nah, they're probably just bad. A lot of tanks are used to overmoving. Why do you want Vesper Totem? Here we go again. Hero Talents at 5 p.m. No. Definitely not Unholy. Healers want more respectable damage. I think healer damage is fine. It's at like a fine spot. I think this X-Pack, moving healers away from being damage dealers and keys, is actually really good. Yeah. Vesper was terribly unfun, but people liked it because it did damn. Yeah. I didn't think it was too terribly fun because it was like locking you on a path of drop this button, do 3 damage buttons, get your explosion, go from there. Yeah. I don't know. I played a decent amount of Shaman in Season 2, Season 3 of Shadowlands, and I was like, eh. Yeah. Okay, Braun crashing down was super fun. He actually saved our run by, like, interrupting some Shadowbolt volley that would have killed my team in a Theater of Pain. I still remember Braun crashing down and saving our lives. Ruby Ally or something for Evoker today? Maybe. I'm really expecting Shaman and Monk stuff today. Yeah. Top is so sick. I hated it, but it was fun. I hated the banner boss. That's what I really hated. That boss sucked. Because then you just didn't want to kill banners when the key level got too high, and then you're just running around as a priest, and you just can't get out of the garbage. You just die. Yeah, Zav. Very specific question, but besides AD, am I familiar with other ways to use the Ox statue? Came from Season 3, seems super niche. It's the only one that comes to my mind. I don't know if the Ox statue would take, like, stinger jumps. Probably not. Yeah. It's the only one that I'm aware of, at least. Hey, the meat hook boss, because Monk roll was just perfectly too far to roll into the gaps. Oh, yeah. I like the meat hook boss. That was fun, actually. That was fun. Bring Sean back and you have to actually place all your different elemental totems and you can only have one out. Oh boy. Alright, checking in on news. Keep in mind we have our Twitch prediction that's going on right now. We have 3 minutes left of voting before the top of the hour. Yeah. Please let me get my channel points back. Massive management PI thing. I just thought, wow, look at this. I'm just not gonna do it. Yep. Honestly. Yep. Every single hero spec. I'm gonna start with the healers, and then we'll go over the rest. Yeah. Our priority, you'll start with the healers, if there are any, right? Yeah. What do you think about the no healer MDI? It's a failing of the Dragonflight talent system. Cooking up too much defensive power and off healing power. Basically. Updates Ash and Hollow coming back? No! God, please, no. But yeah, it's just like, when you try to give everybody everything, it's kind of like if you started off playing Skyrim and you're already max level and everything, right? It's just like, there's no tension, there's no struggle, there's, you know, nothing stopping you from running without a healer, right? If they crank up the key levels too much, then you basically turn the tournament into TGP, which is a whole different thing. And yeah, I mean, they tried their best, right? But it was 3 dungeons in globals that had no healers, and then the other 5 did have healers. I think it's okay if there was like 1 dungeon or something and it's a niche thing, but 3 dungeons out of 8 is way too much. In my Discord and BNet notifications? No, I don't think I will. I'm in like 500 Discords. I got 42 friend requests. Most of them are bots. I'm just in like random servers. I mean, that's the thing is, how do I keep up with the servers? You don't. Somebody needs me, they ping, you know, they'll ping me directly. But a lot of them are like at everyone or at roles or whatever. But is yours, I mean, if yours is actually like Zulok, then great. But sometimes people have like random names. It might be Zulok, but it'll be like Frank. And I'm like, well, I don't know who Frank is. I see Squirrely. I'll accept Squirrely's friend request. I know who Squirrely is. But sometimes people like friend me, and then I don't know. Their name is like different, and I don't know if it's a bot who's trying to sell me art or it's somebody else. So, just like, okay, just leave that there. How can you tell the difference? I mute the at everyone's. Yeah. Hey, Meeman? Yeah, see? Don't worry in front of me. Dang, that's kind of messed up, man. I mean, if it's like somebody's Twitch chat name and their like Discord name align, then I'm like, yeah, you know. But I mean, I'm easy to reach. If I have our Discord server for like the Helping Questions channel. Sometimes people hit me with message requests. You know, I get to them when I can. We do our thing. But yeah, I'm not trying to like all of the different pugs that I've been in. We'll have like Discord servers, and I just mute all the notifications, and I'm fine, you know. I don't want to like join the Discord, do a key with them, and then leave the Discord and then be done, right? Air fryer is super worth the Lenko. I love it. Yeah, who was saying salmon in the air fryer? It was Madsen the other day. Yeah. How do you see the total number of Discords that you're in? Oh, you have to count them? Yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I got a lot of folders, don't worry. I got a lot. Can't count? Look, you think I'm gonna open up all of these? You think I'm gonna open up all of these and go through them? I'm gonna be like, oh, there's like the Michael Jordan server, yeah, and then there's like RTX, Rip Rooster Teeth, by the way. You know, I don't know. Just a lot of servers that I'm in. Yes, we do. You guys expect a lot. Dang, you got some high expectations. Yeah. I also found this picture of Ryan Gosling as Lisan Al Gaib. Wouldn't it have been great if Ryan Gosling was in Dune. God, that would slap. There you go. You had an art spammer the other day in your DMs? Like, how'd you find me? I'm a random schlub from WoW? They just DM everybody, man. How long ago? 2 years, maybe? I do not do the monthly purge. Yeah. You should try to go to the bathroom every day, you know? Dude couldn't handle all that energy? Probably not. That Holy War would go crazy. For rack nerfs today? I don't think so. I don't think so. Probably soon, though, if they're having, you know, the new season coming around, right? Let me see. When did the Mage Tower get re-released? WoW Mage Tower re-release date. Actually, I should just check my YouTube videos. Duh. Mage Tower. Revamped and reloaded 915. There we go. Yeah, this actually drove me insane. This actually drove me insane when I did it. December 8th, 2021. So that was the headphone throw. Because I had these thumbnails ready, I did PTR testing, did everything, and then they changed shit. I had to redo these videos. It's a dark time in WoW? Yeah. Yeah, it really was. The hardest was always Holy Priest. Yeah, both in Legion and not in Legion. Pretty sure I have other Mage Tower videos. What? It's one of my, like... Did I delete the video? I don't know. I never got the book mount. No, I never did all of the things. I never did all the things. Let's see. I made so much content back in Legion. Rematch today? Oh, it was an artifact challenge. That's what I called it. Yeah. That's what it was. A healer artifact challenge. Yeah, it was one of my most viewed videos. Thank you, bestie. Yeah, look at how... Look at how much time has passed, guys. Look at how much time has passed. Waiting again? Where's the shave in the hot tub? Nah, no hot tub today. Sorry, man. Yeah. This is when I lived in my parents' basement. 6 years ago. Yeah. I mean, we basically look the same. Basically the same. We are fit. We take those. We take those. How you doing, Kalamazoo? Still no Prog beard in this video? You wanna see the Prog beard? no, it's a Shadowlands video. Same poster. That's right. Maybe this one. Frogbeard? God, you could just tell this broke me. I don't look younger now than before. Do I? I've heard both. I've heard people say that I look older. I've heard people say I look younger. I don't know. But losing weight's a hell of a drug. Not yet, Ra. Not yet. Oh yeah, thank you for the reminder. Let's double triple check real quick. No, there actually was a like a prog beard that I had, but it was in like Nathria. Yeah. All right, the hero talent winners. Hero talent's at the top of the hour. Lamau, no. Surus with our big winner. Sorry, Convil. And other believers. Lamau, no. Wins again. Oh, we're a lot happier. Oh, we're a lot happier. For a variety of reasons. Still little towns. Cree. Younger, healthier, and IMO. I'm not gay. It's okay, buddy. Just gas each other up, you know? Seen some shit. You look both younger and older. Thanks, Zoo. I'm glad you're enjoying the waiting game. Where do you think the idea of healer affixes come from? Since a lot of affix responsibility gets shared in hierarchies. Well, healers do try to bear the brunt of it in hierarchies, you know? They often do try to, but there's a lot of times where if you're in Pugland at like not super high keys, you might have one other person who's sweaty and who's helping with the affix, who's helping the healer, but it's always the healer and then somebody else, you know? How do I get seen as a newer streamer? Just started, mostly just talking to yourself. I started streaming around like 10 years ago, and I was basically just talking to myself, but what really helped me was when I started branching out and doing other things. I first started writing guides on my... Here, let me find the link. I first started writing guides on my guild's website. And I was just doing it for funsies. Where is it? I just had the... Here it is. This is the first ever guide I wrote. I found it on the Wayback Machine a while back. I do still talk to myself. That's right. Yeah. So this was last changes made 3/26/15. Yeah, basically 10 years ago. So I was doing that. I was making YouTube videos. Reddit had a midweek mending thread, and every single day for like 2 years straight, I would post in that thread and answer people's questions and stuff. Cata Priest guides? I might do that, Thomas. Yeah. But I might also do like for fun guides. We'll see. And just do whatever I think is most fun. We'll see. But I'm very likely to play a lot of Cata. Yeah. Oh, you found the beard? All right. I got you. My man, ship. There you go. There's the prog beard. So yeah, things look a little different now. Things look a little different. Dude, the face. Like, was a man broken? Yep. Shadowlands kind of capped off the, like... I realized that I can tolerate high-end rating and the stresses of it, but I just don't want to anymore. Yeah. I mean, I legit did the beard stuff for my ex. Yeah. Never doing that again. Light inside's broken, but I still work. He said, sure this hour? You meant next hour? There you go. There you go. As a hostage beard? Definitely was. Yeah. Did you think they'll incorporate Bender CDR into the talents? Yes. In some way. In some way, yeah. Sire was a great fight. Oh, yeah. Sire was a very good fight. I mean, look at this, like, prep for a ramp that you're doing in the middle of dodging all this shit, right? Like, I'm applying atonements here. You can see my little tracker. Sidestepping, getting the radiance off. Hit my spirit shell, my mind bender, popping off here. Getting the big mind games and trying to build up a spirit shell, and then we get knocked off. Yeah. Gotta do a duo stream. I think they got rid of those, didn't they? The squad streaming? I thought they did. Equinox of the tank? Yeah. This is a great roster. This is a really good roster. Rig, Equinox, Bond, Lumi. Lumi, I feel like, is one of the most underrated raiders I've ever played with. Big fan. Bunny was my boy. He was like gamer dad vibes, like happy-go-lucky, like, you know, chill, positive, etc. Which is like fucking great at the game. You know, Zach was like an old grumpy man. He was like Teft from Stormlight Archive. Yeah, big Teft vibes. Zan was my boy as well. He was great. This is also the tier. We had Gromnak. We have DKzer. And man, I am not surprised at all that Dazer's raiding with Liquid. Dude is fantastic. Yeah. Dude is fantastic. That's right. And Grom was in there, man. I remember when I first joined Imperative, people were like, are you sure that's the look you want to have for your stream? Blah, blah, blah. And I was like, chill. Yeah. Yeah, I miss a lot of that roster. What's that mean? What? That somebody was like Teft? Or Zach was the same grump ass when he was young too. Played with him at MOP. I love it. I love it. Oh, the look you want to have? I don't know. It was weird stuff type. It was weird stuff. In Castle Nathria, we had like half of an insane roster, and then the other half was like people who like talked the talk but couldn't walk the walk. In Sanctum, we had like 75% of a like sick roster. 5% was people who were trying to undermine it, and the other 10% were like learning or something like that. And then Sepulcher, we kind of lost a few of like the really big gamers to like BDG, and then later on to Liquid. And we actually had like a really good tier, would have had a really good finish if not for like Froob going apeshit and then delaying our kill by like a week. Most guilds, half can't walk the walk. That's true. That's true. But like at higher levels, people are like, oh my god, my identity is, you know, being a high-end raider. But then some people would just like not do basic research, not do like basic prep, you know? What happened? One of our healers, Froob, was only in for like the later half of progression. And when he was in for Jailer, he was just like pissed off and bad attitude, and he was like bitching at the tanks, and it turned into like this fight between him and one of the tanks, and then he ended up leaving the group, and we just didn't have a healer. Couldn't raid. Like, we would have finished like 17th or 15th or something like that. And we finished 13th in Sanctum. So it was like not bad. And Sepulcher was a brutal raid tier. You know, a lot of guilds died. So it's like just surviving was good enough. And then we ended up falling to like 30 or 40 or something like that. Yeah. So yeah. But after Sepulcher, that was like the straw that broke the camel's back for me. I was just like, I'm done with this shit. I'm just done with this shit. And then after like Vault and dealing with the insanity of that GM, when I joined Fused, I was like, I'm going to Incarnate. I'm going to Incarnate. Try to make the jump to World first? Well, like I said, my idea was when I joined Imperative at the end of BFA. Like in BFA, I was doing World 20 rating with Future. And then in Shadowlands, I was doing, at best, 13th to 20th with Imperative. And it was like more hours, more stress, more prep, 4 characters, all that stuff. And after that, I was like, this is more than I want to do. Because it was like, after Sanctum, I kind of had it of like, maybe I don't want to continue doing this, but I'll stick it out, right? I'll just continue going with inertia. And then after Sepulcher, I was like, I don't want to go further. So, yeah, it's like mirror characters. Like, they were trying to get me to make multiple priests for Sepulcher, and I said no. And I was just like, I just don't want to do this. So, no, I'm very happy with Incarnate. I'm very happy with Incarnate. Because I can also, like, bitch to the officers and be like, I think this is stupid. And they're like, yeah, I hear you, you know. They take feedback really well. So. I've had other people ask me since I've been in Incarnate to, like, join this guild or that guild. I'm like, no, I'm good. Like, I'm where I want to be, you know. I feel like they didn't do good with Myrtil. People literally just quit after Smolderon because the last 2 fights had tons of prog. People just outweigh the time required versus the achievement. Like, too many guilds now need a lockout to ever kill anything, and this shit is AIDS, showing up every week to just wiping the same boss. I feel that. The steady progression curve became small step, small step, small step, mountain! Oh, I'm not going to talk about that, Ben. Come on, man. Ever help recruit healers? Yeah, I got Sock in. Yeah. Yeah, I posted in the healer Discord. I was like, I need a healer. And I played very briefly with Sock before. He joined Imperative as I was leaving, basically. And, like, I knew he knew what he was doing. He was very active in the community. You know, I was like, okay. He knows what he's doing. It'll be fine. So. But when you play with other healers, you really want to make sure that they have the capacity to understand that it's a team environment. Right? Like, not every healer is going to be the main character on every boss fight. Like, historically, not every time, but historically, like, Disc is, like, the main character, right? Disc is the main character healer. You set them up at times where you want them to really blast, and then, you know, you may have suboptimal cooldown timings for a Holy Priest or a Shaman or whatever. But the super optimal stuff for the Disc Priest, and it works out. It comes together, right? And that's one of the biggest things when you do higher end rating is understanding. And sometimes, obviously, that just doesn't get preference or whatever, or there's not at this priest. And so you need to think about those kind of things of how you build a team and get people to actually, like, work together, you know? I've not played Helldivers, but I kind of need to, Thomas. It looks great. And climbing the mountain resulted in another mountain into another mountain. True. Hardcore mythic rating is usually bad viewership for WoW Twitch streamers. That's the other thing, too. Is like, I don't even stream my raids anymore. Like, they're not great viewership. People don't really want to sit there and watch somebody wipe for hours on end anymore. It used to be really good, you know? It's kind of meh, too easy, really? I thought like the newer missions and stuff are really hard. Yeah, I recruited Sock. I never asked Talrip. Talrip's our new trial. But he's like, you know, he's been in my stream before, and I was like, oh, I recognize that name and stuff. And so, as we're kind of like feeling out trials, I'm usually just seeing if they're dying a lot. I'm usually seeing like how responsive they are to moving their cooldowns around, how they're fitting in with like the team and communicating what they need or communicating what problems they have, stuff like that. Like, it's kind of like table stakes that you expect people to be able to blast when they get into like mid to high Hall of Fame. Low Hall of Fame, I've seen quite a number of people who just don't really blast that well. Yeah. Sure, for a place that'll help you get better, been rolling around guilds with maybe 5 to 10 active people. Oof. Too bad. Like, you look at Siege and there were hard fights. Fun of raiding is killing boss with your team, getting loot, and then raids, Siege, and Paragons is a challenge, but not like T-Swift. People have 400 wipes into phase 2. Yeah, I mean, part of the thing with T-Swift, though, is those wipes are super fast. They're, like, insanely fast. So it's not so much the wipe count. But I think there's kind of just the ever-increasing difficulty. And I think that raiding has just kind of gotten stale in general. And then it's like, oh, well, rather than starting from a point of... I don't even know how you describe it. Raiding is just a lot more inconvenient and doesn't offer, like, good enough rewards for the, like, pressures and stresses involved, you know? And, like, the mechanical challenges of dungeons are very low. They're very low, right? It's like, don't stand in fire. Maybe bait a mechanic or two, and that's about it. And so, like, raids mechanics are substantially harder, and people don't really want to do that, I found. So, except for, like, world first raiders, right? Last Veda, there was bad luck protection for raid loot, like they did on our system, you mean? I don't think it would actually kill, like, lower level CE guilds. Imagine Mythic didn't offer gear but offered cosmetics. I mean, a lot of people would not do it. There's a lot of, like, old raiders that are still playing the game that just care about loot and don't care about M+. They're not very vocal, but they exist. Yeah, WoW players are very loot motivated. Very loot motivated. Yeah, what yesterday's blue post looked like. I expected today's to be a screenshot of one hero talent. I know, right? Yeah. So I believe disc isn't good. If not, 2 or 3 of your healers are good and fix disc weaknesses. That low sustain can be a really bad thing. But I mean, that's where you have to have a diversity of healers in your composition. That's like saying, oh, we have this spec who's going to help with spot healing or do a good job spot healing, but then we're not, like, blasting enough AoE healing for this mechanic or that mechanic, right? Like, it's not disc's fault that other people are not doing their jobs, you know? Like, one of the things I've experienced a lot over the years is that, yeah, people just want to, like, Giga Blast and they do not want to spot heal or tank heal or whatever, right? But also that healers are used to, like, competing against each other at lower levels, at mid levels. And then you have to, like, really quickly learn to work together before you get past other boss fights. Yeah. What's what sound, Gucci? Definitely top of the hour. Last time I Mythic raided was a CE guild in Nyalotha. Find high keys more mechanically demanding. It's not even close. What do you mean? I'm, like, mechanically demanding, like, damage, healing, not standing in garbage. For Rack Prog at World 1000, I should go Disc or Holy with Shaman, Mistweaver, Holy Pally. What are you more comfortable with? What's going to make it so you die the least, honestly? Disc healer and Pug raids often have really bad because everyone spams cooldowns. Your healing isn't even near it after ramping. That's why I really would just play, like, Mindbender, play 30-second setup or something like that raw, and then just be blasting. I mean, yeah, to move up in ranks, you have to be able to stomp other healers. But then once you start playing with other good healers, that's where you have to realize, like, hey, it's time to work together. Because, like, doing World 1000 Farak right now or whatever is a much different fight than doing, like, World 40 Farak. And that's a much different fight than doing World 10 Farak, right? Doing every cast and every mob and every dungeon and what your team can do to counter it. I mean, I guess in raids you spread out responsibilities. Like, you don't need to know what certain mechanics do or something like that. I think that's kind of the biggest challenge, is like you have to, like, this is your role, this is your role, and then when you're in a 5-person group, it's like everybody has to have an impact. And I mean, that's like a good thing, right? It's not a bad thing. But I think there's some fights where you may not have any responsibilities or have many responsibilities as a healer. Like Disc, for example, there's a number of fights where I did not have strong responsibilities. I was the backup for like Halandris or something like that with the orbs. I had to do it at some points, right? But it wasn't like, I'm doing this every single pull, you know? When we were doing Fate Scribe, I didn't have the responsibility to run around the room, and I wasn't the Holy Priest spot healer, but I started adjusting my ramp so that I could ramp and heal people 80 yards away if I timed my atonements correctly and extended them before people went out of range of me, you know? But, like, raiding and raid boss fights are very different depending on the time where you fight them. You know, at what raid difficulty level that you fight them at. Like, World First is certainly the hardest stuff in the world. You know, out of, like, any PvE content. Did a good job in the Echo chat, making those MDI guys want to talk as hard. Good job, good job. Thank you, Zir. Appreciate you, man. But, like, if you're in a guild right now who's, like, progressing on Farak, it's just like, don't die. Just, like, don't die. Get to the end of the fight, you know? But if you want to be on that team, then you have to sign up for a rating, you know, 3, 4, 5 days a week, prepping everything in advance, a lot less freedom, a lot less flexibility, you know. And I totally understand when people don't want that. It sucks, but, like, yeah. Hunter on Tindril, stars in P2 were really dangerous when you didn't get prio healed and had the fork debuff. Had to tell our healers to prio players under 40-50% because they didn't do it by themselves. That's the thing. And, like, that's why, if you guys have watched me for a while, you'll know that I always stress gameplay. Because there's so many healers out there who, you know, are not prioing, like, low health targets. They're not doing any sort of spot healing to help out. They're not being consistent when they're applying their atonements and doing, like, the same thing every single time when they're playing disc to hit their ramps at the same moments at the same times, using their defensives at the same moments at the same times, etc. Right? Finally on spring break, I don't really want to go do 28s, because how about we go to Cabo? I do kind of wish that logging was more, like, prevalent in, like, 25s and above, though. I really do. If everybody doing 25s and above was actually, like, logging, that'd be great. And Cabo money? I definitely don't, but, you know, you're the one who's on spring break. I had so many classmates going to high-end places on spring break, probably using their college money, their loan money. Oh, man. Hero Towns today, I think it's going to be Monk and Shaman today. Yeah. Dude, you're never too old to go to a beach. Come on, man. What kind of cruise ship? There you go. Hey, if they have good internet. I would like to go on a cruise, man. That'd be sick. I haven't been on one since I was like 10 or something. They're out. Mac, if you are trolling me, I'm gonna be so sad. So fucked up, man. That is so messed up. Is it the Panera Death Lemonade? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's like strawberry and mint. Oh, yeah, it's so good. It's so good. I'm wired, dog. I'm feeling it today. No more caffeine for you. I'm only halfway through it, Jalen. Oh my god. Oh, I love mint and drinks. Yeah, I love it. I usually get if I go out drinking, I'll usually get a Moscow Mule or a mojito. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, give me a mojito. I don't think I've had your mate before. What is it? What does it really like taste like? Earthy tea. Interesting. Organic energy drink. Okay. You just got done paying your tuition in all cash. Dang, dude. The drug dealing's really paying off. I don't think I've ever had matcha before. Yeah, what up, Olive? Usually I'll get like, honestly, usually I'll just get like an Arnold Palmer or something. Yeah. I guess it doesn't help. Is there a list of already released stuff? Blizzard will probably have it in their post today. Yeah. I don't know if Wowhead actually has like a summary of all of the ones that they've released. Coffee, lemonade, mixes cafes. Ew. Usually I just have like coffee black. I don't know. Yo, I didn't remain. What's up, Olive? There's a guide for everything currently released. Set it in for the long haul? Yeah, I am, Pickle. I got my Death Lemonade from Panera. I'm ready to go. Yeah, go for it, Daikana. Thank you for asking. Links are cool if they're, you know, relevant, appropriate. Yeah. Like Rickroll videos, true. Ooh, I could go for some mac and cheese, yeah. Thank you, Daikana. What Fatebound Rogue is, sounds like it's just theme for RNG. I would not get too tied to the names. Because, I mean, they did Oracle Priest, right? And the original iteration of Oracle Priest, they're going to change it, right? But the original version of Oracle Priest is Power Infusion. Like, how is that related to seeing the future and, like, premonitions or whatever? Like, the name is Premonition, right? But it has nothing to do with seeing the future. So, like, I wouldn't get too tied to the names. They might be a theme, but, you know. That's about it. New Oracle Priest today for sure. I wouldn't expect it. I'd expect it to be like a couple weeks down the line. Maybe we get like a Void Weaver or something because they want to make sure the Shadow Priests are sated in some way. But more likely we don't have anything for Shaman. We don't have anything for Monk. Anybody else that has not gotten anything? Like Demon Hunter, right? Prem was you looking into the future for the buff your ally needs. Yeah, I mean, listen, I've seen less stretching from Michael Jordan in Space Jam, okay? Yeah. So I'd say, I don't know. I'm not overly expecting priest stuff today, but I'm like very much like if there's no shaman and monk stuff, I'm gonna be so confused. Everybody's got to get a little bit of something, right? "1997 called. They want their reference back." Listen, man, a good movie's a good movie. What did poor preservation do to deserve this? The current state? Nah. They were the favorite for the start of the X Pack, and that's it. That's it. Yeah, I'm hoping alpha sometime soon. I know every content creator is. Void Weaver is Disc and Holy, yeah. Void Weaver is Disc and Holy. Oracle is Holy and Disc. Archon is Holy and Shadow. Yeah. One hero talent and just Oracle rework. Oh my god, dude. Come on. Come on. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't they say that there was going to be like a visual to it or something like that? Like, isn't there supposed to be like a visual representation that somebody is an Archon or a Void Weaver or a whatever, right? Class, fantasy, flexible. I thought there was. I don't know. I don't see specifically where it talks about it, but yeah. Arcane looking abilities, thing like Shadowlands colorings, yeah. Some visual indications, like with Prem, they said they wanted it to be very obvious which buff was on a target. Okay. That's the other thing. Yep, exactly, Zerendal. I'm sure with an add-on we'll know. Oh, man. Yeah, maybe it is just them changing around the abilities or something like that. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Just they're changing some of the spell effects for a couple abilities. Already fly up in the air? Yeah, except for, you know, that ability kind of sucks. Dungeon buffs based around hero talents? Okay. Okay, Satan. You can now control flying and uppies. Let's go. Yep, we're in the waiting room, Day. We're in the waiting room. It's happening, though. In fact, we know it's going to happen. We're going to open up our predictions. It's that time again. It's that time again, baby. Start your votes, gamers. Are we getting our hero talents at the top of this hour? Surely. Oh, man. That is a sports ball thing, but did you guys see that Aaron Donald retired? Pretty sure Slayer comes out? Which one's that? Oh, Warrior Slayer? Yeah. As a Rams fan, you're not okay? Yeah. The Rams Twitter account was like, QBs rejoice. Playing with Mistweaver a little last couple of weeks. This is still more fun, but I like the melee style Mistweaver. It's great, right? Yeah. Was it Dak Prescott? Was it Dak Prescott Gexel who had the clip of like Aaron Donald rushing at him, and he's like, "Oh my god!" and then just throws it into the dirt. It was him. I think it was him. It was this great clip of Aaron Donald running free straight at oh, it was Geno Smith. That's right. Yeah. Aaron Donald's running free with no blockers on him. Geno Smith's just like, oh my god. That's the thing. I mean, he's still an insane player, but yeah, that man's done enough and then some. LFG is going to be weird. People used to ask AUG or Dev, Disc or Holy. Now it'll be people practically asking for your family tree. Oh, yeah. That's the thing. You can't fault some of these guys. I mean, Kelsey was definitely nearing the end of his career, but still being one of the best centers out there ever. It's like, hey, man, you got your bag? Go chill. What are we gambling today? We're doing our votes right now to see if we get our hero talents to the top of the hour, Thune. 7% of people are believers, while 93% are saying Lamau no. Dear God, man. That is true, Clayton. He's going to be living good for a long, long time. Yep. Anyone made the Max isn't live yet joke? Nah. That would have been insane if they actually posted immediately. Yeah, they put a ton of ice in this, so the drink is still cold and it's sweating. It's trying to dilute all the caffeine of the death lemonade, but it's still supercharged. Oh, man. They promise? They definitely did. They gave me a pinky promise, so. Where is it? They gave me a good old pinky promise, dog. They said, look at more hero talents. You die in stream for Panera Lemonade, I'll raise hell. At least I died doing what I love, alright? Already missed me shaving? Yes. The shaving was yesterday. Sorry, man. Sorry. We did get the dev update, which was literally just an announcement. I did not get the turkey Bravo. I was thinking about it, Gucci. I got the steak and cheddar. Yeah. Which is really tasty. Revealing there will be talents in the next X Pack. Yay! Oh, man. Waiting all day for what was basically a tweet was kind of hilarious. Blizzard knows how to get us. They really do. They really do. They know that the community is wrapped around their finger. Thune, if there is shaman stuff, do you have any prediction on which one it's going to be? Where is that? There it is. Farseer, probably Alien Enhance. No. Where's the positivity? Where's the hope? Are you just terrified they're gonna bring back the Vesper Totem? Oh my gosh. That's to Ellie because they need people to play Resto for next X Pack. Yeah. The mix all three mage specs, not that Fire and Frost has one. Can't really see how Arcane fits into it. Yeah, that is very true. Arcane is kind of odd. It's kind of the oddball to fit in. Despairs per totem. Dude, I really hope we don't get another Boon of the Ascended. I will riot. Yeah. Soon TM, we're placing votes right now, Valley. Okay? 88% of chat. 344,000 Jackbenders predicts that we are not getting them. Whereas 50,000 Jackbenders, 12% of chat, thinks they will. Let's place your votes. Gambo away. Yeah. If totemic is like when you have 3 totems down, I will screech. Okay, what should it be? What's a good outcome? What's a positive outcome? Beat the shit out of people with a huge totem. There we go. Imagine a goblin running around and just thunking people with totems. You don't have an answer for that? Neither Word Up or I could come up with a cool totem tree. We're so dead. We're so doomed. Oh, man. Article out yet? We're eagerly awaiting. It's maybe, possibly, definitely going to happen at the top of the hour. Maybe. Yes, I'd be happy for any kind of news. The tree to take totems off the GCD. Oh, there you go. Conduit the Celestial think they're going to be statue-based. Listen, the statues can't get any worse for... Statues literally can't get any worse for monks right now, okay? It can only be an improvement. I'm gonna get right into the apocalypse soon. I'm gonna get really worried they thought up the name and couldn't figure out how to make the tree as badass. Yeah. Fully guaranteed to be a DH, Monk, and Shaman tree. Only classes with that one previewed. Tell me you wield a two-handed totem like the Tauren's back piece and smash the shit out of everyone with a flaming tree. But they're just picking up the druid and smashing people with that? Hell yeah. I'm doing great, happy. We got our Panera Death Lemonade. Eagerly awaiting the talents, hero talents today. I'm hoping it's gonna be like the end of the month, Nicholas, but who knows, man. The monk tree gives Brew some love, like the redheaded stepchild of tanks. What would you want them to have? I know brews talk a lot about like button bloat they have to experience. Would you want more abilities getting like passivized or kind of pruned down or something? Your insta living flame on essence burst in 40-yard range, you're happy? Yeah. I really hope Prez gets that. I really do. No statues can be worse than they can be worse. They can be mandatory to use some spells, like Tiger Palm requires tiger statues. Oh no. What up, Mangorn? I am vibing, my dude. I'm vibing. Nick, thank you for the 3 months and the prime. Much love, my dude. Much love. Last season of SL, where Keg Smash heals you for a % of its damage, would help a lot. Yeah. Oh, the Prot Warriors, they really need some changes getting back into people actually playing them. I feel like part of it is they need to stop Demon Hunter from having all of the stops. I don't know how a tank can have so many mass silences, so many stops and shutdowns. Mass silence, stun, super low kick, fear. Yeah, it's like Prop Alley just doesn't, like Prop Alley, Brewmaster, they just don't have anywhere near as much shutdown. Raid buff, true. DH quite literally soloed a pull in today's age of dungeons was unreal. Yep. They've sacrificed everything. What have the other tanks sacrificed? True. You know, you got a good point. Yeah. All in. All right. 3 minutes left on our voting, guys. Finally got your rage heart. Ooh, baby. That's the thing is like Prot Warrior could be really beefy, Brew could be beefy or whatever, but like whatever tank has the best mob shutdown protects the entire team, you know? Like Brew, I feel like they don't have the control or the ability to pull at range with high threat like other tanks. Yeah. Oh, I found the clip.
On third down, Smith, pressure coming. It's late and it's incomplete. That pressure coming from Aaron Donald. On third down, Smith.
Yeah. And congrats to Aaron Donald on retirement, man. Someone dropped 250k jackbenders. Yeah, it was Wiz with a 250,000 jackbenders on bet that we're getting hero talents at the top of the hour. Shadowfold was the primary the naysayer with 94,000 jackbenders. Big spendas. Beeson going out in his prime? He is. Going out in his prime. First ballot Hall of Fame. Chilling, man. Yeah, this is Pity Party? Yeah. Okay, 5 minutes. Minshew with the little boy mics are your favorite from last season? Yeah. Oh, Bloodlust or Battle Res? I kind of want all healers to have the Battle Res. I want all tanks to have like a party or raid-wide DR. And then I want, like, I don't know, range or something to all have the Bloodlust. I want some of these utility pieces to just be more prevalent in the game. Like, there's certain other... There's, like, Lock Gateway or Grip or other things that are fine to have very few of, but I feel like they should homogenize more things like Battle Res and Bloodlust in a big way. The count if you have inside info? Wait, what? Do you? You trying to reveal this right beforehand? Supposed to know if Shaman can play anymore. Resto or Mistweaver would definitely be there. I hope so, man. I hope so. All melee armor reduction on mobs? Yeah, something like that, you know? Something like that. Rider of the Apocalypse not having permanent mount would be the most predictable, but still the biggest disappointment. I mean, there's no way they would allow one spec in the game to have mounted combat and it would be a Death Knight. That'd be kind of insane. Like, imagine getting run down by a Death Knight in PvP and you can't escape him. You blink and he grips you back in. You blink again and he just sprints after you. Right? Like, come on. Come on. What I'd like to see tanks get? I'd like for their mob shutdown to be a bit more equalized. I'd like tanks to get a bit more equalized in terms of their mob shutdown and general utility. That way tanks are going to be like very balanced in 5-mans. Because when tanks are really balanced in 5-mans, everything else kind of follows, right? Because tank mains are just going to play whatever the hell they want to play, and then they'll build a group around it. There'll be a DK main, and they say, oh, well, we don't need a battle res. Because I'm the battle res. Okay, so we can have other comps that don't have battle res as a result. You know, you're going to have the Demon Hunter, and he's going to have a ton of shutdowns. You say, okay, maybe we don't need as many melee or something like that, because I have all these shutdowns. Or stops or whatever, right? But then, yeah, when it's only one tank, then it starts enforcing another composition to be built around the tank. And that's not fun. Make healing great again. Increase all healing for healers in 5-mans by 50%. Nerf all healers overall for raids, basically. Vastly increase player health. Prune players' defensives. So there's less active ability defensives and nerf a lot of passive defensives. And we go from there. We gotta slow down the healing. I was doing like a normal raid. And actually I was doing a heroic raid, that's what it was. And then health bar is just yo-yo, yo-yo. Oh, here we go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Here it comes. Skirt. It's not here. Blizzard Entertainment LLC. Where is it? Ah! I don't know, Wiz. This doesn't look like hero talents to me. This doesn't look like hero talents to me. Oh, let's fucking go. Oh, let's fucking go. All right, I'm paying up. I'm paying up. Big winners. Let's do it, baby. Rider of the Apocalypse. Deathbringer. Dang, double Death Knight. Demon Hunter. Druid of the Claw. Which one is this? Feral and Guardian. Flame Shaper Evoker, which is Devastation and Preservation. Pack Leader Hunter. Spellslinger Mage. Wait, there's so many of these getting released today. Holy shit. Shadowpan Monk, Brew and Windwalker, and Conduit to the Celestial, Mistweaver and Windwalker. Farseer Shaman. Thune had them leaks. Hellcaller Warlock, Aff and Destruction, and Slayer Warrior. Let's go, baby. All right. It is Resto. Thune, you want to hop in on call and we'll go over this in like 5 minutes? I wanna read them all out and then get a little reaction or something like that. Yeah. All right, so let's start with Farseer gamers. Call of the Ancestors. Primordial Wave calls an ancestor to your side. Unleash Life calls an ancestor to your side. Interesting. Whenever you cast a healing or damage spell, the ancestor will cast a similar spell. Elemental Reverb. Lava Burst gains an additional charge and deals 5% increased damage. For Resto, Riptide gains an additional charge and heals for 5% more. So surely you wouldn't want to have 3 charges, right? Isn't there like the Echo of the Elements, which gives you the 2 charges to begin with? So I don't think you would even want to have 3 charges. Heed My Call, ancestors last longer, or Routine Communication. Lava Burst casts have an 8% chance to call an ancestor. Restoration, Riptide has a 15% chance to call an ancestor. Your ancestor spells are more powerful, or ancestors have a chance to call another ancestor when they expire. All right, so yeah, it's like Naru gameplay. Lots of Naru gameplay. When an ancestor is called, they reduce the cooldown of Fire Elemental and Storm Elemental by 10 seconds. For Resto, when an ancestor is called, they reduce the cooldown of Riptide. So maybe you do want 3 charges. Maybe not. Primordial Capacity increases your max Maelstrom or your max mana. Whoop-de-doo. Using spells with a cast time increases the duration of Spirit Walker's Grace and Spirit Walker's Aegis. What's Spirit Walker's Aegis, guys? Is that the elemental version? Well, how is Spirit Walker's Grace different than Spirit Walker's Aegis? Nature's Harmony reduces the cooldown of Nature's Guardian by 10 seconds and causes it to heal for an additional 5% of your max health. Ooh. Earth Shield is an additional 3 charges and heals you for more. Swaggles, I'll hit you up for the monk stuff a little bit later if you want. Maelstrom Supremacy, increase the damage of Earthshock and Ellie Blast. Or increase the healing done by Healing Wave, Healing Surge, Wellspring, Downpour, and Chain Heal. Ooh. When an ancestor expires, they cast Hydro Bubble on a nearby injured ally. Surrounds your target in an absorb for 10 seconds. The shield absorbs incoming damage, but the absorbed amount decays fully over its duration. Interesting. Ancestral Swiftness, a new ability. Here it is. Your next healing or damaging spell within 10 seconds is instant and deals 10% increased damage and healing. If you know Nature's Swiftness, it is replaced by Ancestral Swiftness and causes Ancestral Swiftness to call an ancestor to your side. Okay. So it replaces NS with AS, or you just don't talent into NS at all? All the Shaman wanted Earth Shield charges to stop existing, so they gave 3 more. Yeah, I don't even think you would run that. So it gives you NS, but if you take it, it makes it AS. Yeah. Interesting. Interesting. So it's weird that it starts with Unleash Life. Were you always running Unleash Life anyway? In raids and M+? No? Oh, just raid? Okay. Interesting. I mean, isn't that like a 12-second cooldown or something for Unleash Life? That you're actively hitting it all the time? 15. Yeah, so it's like you're very actively hitting the button anyway. So you're actively hitting button anyway, getting ancestors that are replicating your abilities. This Riptide gains an additional charge feels like it's really bad. Like, I guess you'd still run Echo the Elements for double charge of Cloudburst, right? Yeah, I don't know why it isn't Primordial Wave, but I guess it's because it's a lower ring talent. I guess. Let me see. What is Spirit Walker's Aegis? When you cast it, become immune to silence. Oh, okay, so it just turns it into when you... Okay, got it. PvP stuff. Player versus player environment. Shaman version of Grove Guardians? Yeah, like pets for everyone! It's more akin to the Naru for Holy Priest. Yeah. It's bad for Ellie? Eh. Yeah, no spoilies on the Mistweaver one. No spoilies.
Great all-around guy. Very talented, great with videos, private mentoring is fantastic, and he
Aww.
is here. Watch him this long as he does. Wow, I will continue to watch him. My nieces love him.
Too kind, Droom. Thank you for the 77 months. Alright, let me get Thune on the call. Yo. Alright, I'll get you in on just a sec. Okay. Ready, gamers? Zoom in on these a little bit. They look like easy to see on the screen for a video. I do private mentoring. I do indeed. All right, let's do it, guys. I'm gonna go over all the talents again, and then we're gonna bring Thune in onto the call. Okay. Hey, what's going on, guys? It's Jack back in to bring you the Farseer hero talents for Elemental and Resto Shaman. So we're going to go over the talents really quick and what they do. Then we're going to bring in Thune to discuss how this feels, or how this might feel for a Resto Shaman's point of view. Starting off, the Call of the Ancestors. Primordial Wave for Elemental, or Unleash Life for Resto, calls an ancestor to your side. Whenever you cast a healing or damage spell, the ancestor will cast a similar spell. You can kind of think of this as the Naru from Divine Image that Holy Priests are playing with. You then are going to start with the right side here. Again, you get all the talents anyway. But Elemental Reverb gives an extra charge of Lava Burst or an extra charge of Riptide. So I would assume that this would stack with Echo of the Elements to have 3 charges of Riptide, potentially. Should be interesting. Heed My Call in the center here. Ancestors last an additional 2 seconds. Routine Communication. Riptide has a chance to call in an Ancestor. Or Elemental's Lava Burst casts have a chance to call an Ancestor. Latent Wisdom. Your Ancestor's spells are 20% more powerful. The Ancestors have a 15% chance to call another Ancestor when they expire. Offering from Beyond. When an Ancestor, we're using this word a lot, is called, they reduce the cooldown of Fire Elemental and Storm Elemental by 10 seconds. When an Ancestor is called for Resto, they reduce the cooldown of Riptide. So that might tie in a little bit with the Elemental Reverb to have all of those extra charges if you're finding a way to just mash out a whole bunch of little adds to help you out, to give you even more uptime on Riptides and even more casts. Primordial Capacity increases your max Maelstrom by 25 or your max mana by 5%. Spirit Walker's Momentum, using spells with a cast time, increases the duration of Spirit Walker's Grace and Spirit Walker's Aegis by 1 second, up to a maximum of 4. I'm kind of interested if this means that it's going to be casting spells during Spirit Walker's Grace, or if it's casting spells beforehand, kind of pools up that time for later on. Final Calling. When an Ancestor expires, they cast Elemental Blast on a nearby enemy. For Resto, when they expire, they cast Hydro Bubble on a nearby injured ally. This is placing an Absorb on that injured ally, which will then actually decay over time. So it's a bit of spot healing, but if, they don't actually benefit from that Absorb, the Absorb will then decay. Maelstrom Supremacy increases the damage of Earth Shock, Elemental Blast, and Earthquake by 8%. Resto increases the healing done by Healing Wave, Surge, Wellspring, Downpour, and Chain Heal by 8%. Nature's Harmony reduces the cooldown of Nature's Guardian by 10 seconds and causes it to heal for an additional 5% of your max health, so that's potentially helping some of the defensive value for Shaman. Earthen Communion gives you more charges of Earth Shield and heals you for 25% more. I'm not too sure that that's going to be something you're playing around with. We'll see. And Ancestral Swiftness. Your next healing or damage spell within 10 seconds is instant and deals 10% increased damage and healing. If you already know Nature Swiftness, it is replaced by Ancestral Swiftness and causes your Ancestral Swiftness to call an Ancestor to your side. So now, to bring a bit of the discussion going on for this talent, we got Thune, notable Resto Shaman Gaslighter. How's it going, man? Oh my god, he's AFK. Well, you hate to see it. Gaslighting go. Let's go, baby. Oh, Thune. Hate to see it. Tech guy, the tree killed him? Must have. I know, I was like working on the transition and all that stuff. That's right, that's why we have editors. It's your mic? I have you at like 150%. Yeah, I didn't even see you using push to talk. Yeah. All right.
Hello.
Hey, there we go.
My mic was broken.
Wonderful. Welcome in. What are your thoughts so far about Farseer Shaman?
So it's like Grove Guardians for Resto Shaman, I guess.
I feel like it's Divine Image. I feel like it's the Holy Priest Divine Image.
Yeah, it is a little like it's like use an ability and that procs the pet, which is a little bit better, I think.
Yeah, because the Grove Guardians is just auto casting no matter what happens with the druid.
Yeah, exactly. It's okay. It's not like I don't really know what I was expecting from Farseer, but it's all right. I like that they're tying in things like Wellspring and Downpour and stuff. Those don't get very much love, and they've been a little undertuned throughout Dragonflight, so it's cool to see those spells get like added into stuff. It's strange that they start you with Unleash Life because you often, actually you very rarely, if ever, run that in Mythic Plus. And there are raid builds that you can also take that don't run it, so I guess that kind of forces you into that button, which is a little weird.
So it looks like it's pushing you into that, and then also increasing a lot of the Riptides that you're going to be casting as well. And so is that just shaping and forcing you into a very narrow like talent build or talent setup as a result for raids? How is that going to work?
So like I think you like Echo the Elements currently only gives Riptide and Lava Burst charges. I see that you also get like an additional charge of Riptide. I think you
Yeah.
just not take Echo of the Elements now because you actually get your 2 Cloudburst charges from elsewhere in the tree. So
Oh, okay.
that would free up a point, I guess. I think ironically the better build for this is just like the chain heal stuff. Because you can take a node that buffs chain heal by 8%, which is good, and you're already casting Riptide regardless of the build you're playing. So you aim for the same amount of cast of Riptide regardless. So it's not necessarily like pushing you towards one, I don't think.
Okay.
I guess my concern would be like, does any of this healing go into things like Cloudburst Totem or not? If that's not true, then that would maybe sway what you do.
Yeah, has Shaman ever had like pets that are producing healing for it? And
yeah, like totems and stuff. And then things like even your ancestral guidance doesn't, or not ancestral guidance, ascendance doesn't actually. Yeah, it doesn't feed Cloudburst Totem. So that would be like my biggest worry, I think, because that would be a big hit to a couple builds.
Yeah, okay, so potentially you would have this extra pet that's by your side, or even a swarm of pets by your side that's healing, that's helping you produce output, and then not actually feeding into any healing for your Cloudburst. Still kind of making it. I mean, I feel like it's been eroded over the years. Am I wrong on that? Where Cloudburst has kind of gotten worse and worse?
Yeah, it's quite a bit weaker, longer cooldown, which means it's like even harder to use, I think, properly. So yeah, it's a little strange, but I think it's like a mid. It's not exactly exciting, but it's also not like super overpowered. So it's like, I guess it fits the theme moderately well. But yeah, I don't know, like off the top of my head, if there'd be any changes that would make like what those would be.
Yeah, their whole like fantasy, you know, the class fantasy is harnessing spiritual magic, improving your spell casting capabilities, empowering you to call upon an ancestor to aid you and your allies in combat.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind if this just was the same as Elemental and it just also went off of Primordial Wave. You take it in Mythic Plus and Raid almost all the time, so that would be kind of cool.
And so, but you would get it less frequently, right?
Yeah, it's like it'd be a 45-second cooldown or a 30-second cooldown, but I believe it's the same for Elemental. I might be wrong on that, but I think theirs is also a longer cooldown. So.
And so, do you think that having it play around Unleash Life makes you take a certain talent, like taking Unleash for M+, if you wanted to play this? Obviously, we don't know the other Resto Shaman version, but do you think it's like, hey, we might have one hero talent that's a Mythic Plus version and one that's like a Raid version, and then it's just kind of, that's it?
Yeah, this doesn't feel very Mythic Plus-y to me. Like there's very little single target healing stuff in here, except for like giving you more Riptides, I guess, but you don't really run out of those often. So yeah, this feels a little bit more oriented towards Raid, I think.
Okay, and what do you think is like the biggest like positive? Like, do you think Ancestral Swiftness is like a big positive because maybe you don't take NS and have a different one, or are there that many good class options?
Yeah, that thing is really good. Like something that people don't use enough is Nature Swiftness just for mana. It's like it makes your next healing spell free, which is 14k mana if you use it on Chain Heal, and this is a 45-second cooldown instead of a 2-minute cooldown. So that's a lot of mana gained just from that alone. If you just send it on Chain Heal every single time, plus you're spawning a little pet as well to heal. So that's really good, especially if you pair it with other, bonuses like High Tide and stuff.
And so it sounds like from reading it is that if you know Nature Swiftness, it's replaced by Ancestral Swiftness and causes your Swiftness to call an ancestor. So it sounds like you cast the Ancestral Swiftness, spawning an ancestor, and then the Chain Heal activates afterwards, right?
Yeah, I believe so. And if you don't talent Nature Swiftness, then you would just get the instant cast heal, not the ancestor as well, I think.
Okay. And so you still end up getting really big mana discounts.
Exactly. It's just a huge mana buff to the spec, yeah.
And what do you think were there any like really big weaknesses for Shaman sort of entering into the hero talent discussion, like specifically for raids. If let's just imagine that Farseer is going to be the raid one. What are the big weaknesses Shaman has? Does this sort of fill these in, or not so much?
It's basically just doing passive damage, which is kind of. I don't think this is really adding much. I guess it does ancestor or copy the spells that you're casting, so you can technically DPS during that, and maybe that would be a good amount of damage. But I don't think Farseer Shaman has very many weaknesses. I think it's one of the problems right now. And this kind of just buffs the things it's good at, which is fine. It gives you a lot more mana, which is also, I guess, good for the spec. So yeah, I don't like. This is nothing but good, I think.
Sweet.
Just a matter of how good. We'll see. So.
Okay, so talk to me about Spirit Walker's momentum. It says using spells with a cast time increases the duration of Spirit Walker's Grace by a second up to 4. That sounds to me, and I could be wrong, but it sounds to me like you could build up this buff for Spirit Walker's Grace before you activate it? Or is it during it, it just kind of extends the duration?
I think it's only during. So this reads a little bit more of like a PvP thing, because you often take Spirit Walker's Aegis, which is like prevents you from getting kicked.
Okay.
So it's nice in a situation like that. I don't think this has too many uses outside of PvP. It's more of just like a nice quality of life increase.
Because how long does it last with Grace right now? Like 12 seconds?
That sounds correct, yeah. And I don't think so. People are probably gonna be like, oh, you can make your Spirit Walker's Tidal Totem thing longer. I believe that's tied to Mana Tide, not Spirit Walker's Grace. So
okay,
that wouldn't
seconds.
increase anything. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, if you're casting Spirit Walker's Grace anyway, you're probably already casting spells with a cast time anyway. So
exactly,
it won't be too hard to cast 4 spells during that. Okay. And then Nature's Harmony versus Earthen Communion. We have the auto heal from Nature's Guardian and heals you for more, or more Earth Shield charges that also heal you for more.
You would only ever take Earthen Communion. Nature's Harmony or Nature's Guardian isn't great. It has like a decently long cooldown. I think it's like 90 seconds or something. And the amount of times you have to recast Earth Shield just because it runs off from AoE damage is absurd. So having an additional 3 charges helps a lot, and just like some additional healing, I guess, through it, which is nice.
Okay. And so, are you putting up double Earth Shields? Is that what the meta is like now for Shaman?
Yeah, you always have Earth Shield on yourself and then on some other player. So. Got
it. So you'd have 3 additional charges for both you and somebody else, and so it's just less globals that you need to attribute to just casting Earth Shield all the time.
Yeah, which is actually kind of nice in Mythic Plus. Like that frees up a lot of damage globals, to be honest with you. So.
Okay, sweet. And so then we kind of have to look at how much impact these ancestors are going to have. So one thing I was talking about before with Holy Pally is there's a lot of passive abilities that are triggering other healing, right? You cast Holy Shock, it triggers your tier set bonus, it triggers Glimmer, it triggers all that stuff. And so when you don't have those other passives working, you don't have Glimmer spread out, you don't have the Sacred Reverb set up or anything like that, it feels like your abilities kind of do nothing. With the whole healer power creep we've experienced over Dragonflight, are you a little bit worried about having these ancestors potentially diminishing the healing of Chain Heal or Heal Wave or Riptide because they're expecting additional healing to come from the ancestor?
Yeah, like the Maelstrom Supremacy thing, it buffing Chain Heal by 8%, I think is really dangerous. Chain Heal already has a lot of different talents that buff it right now. Mm-hmm. So if you have none of those talents, it's a really bad spell. But if you have all the talents, it's very, very good. And this is just adding more to that table. So it's kind of like an all or nothing button now. And I'm really worried that they're going to be able to balance it properly because it's way too overpowered right now.
And you're also going to be getting even more Chain Heal cast with the reduced cooldown for Ancestral Swiftness.
Yeah, exactly. So it's I'm worried a little bit. It's probably my biggest worry with the hero talents in general, but hopefully with enough feedback we'll be able to get to a good point.
Okay, so what kind of feedback would you have? What should they be adjusting? What should they be messing around with from the hero talents right now?
I like that they're buffing like Healing Wave, Healing Surge, and Wellspring. Those are buttons that have been kind of underutilized this expansion, and I think that's probably the direction that they should go. Is for specs that don't have many talents buffing spells in their spec trees, then maybe you can add some more of those into the hero talents instead. I know, like an example for other healers is like Holy Priest hasn't used Flash Heal and Heal all that much this expansion, at least in like a raid scenario. And so maybe you could add a couple of talents that just buff those spells instead of also like Sanctify and Circle of Healing and stuff. So
yeah, that's a good point. And okay, so if we're talking about the primary strengths of this hero talent tree being more raid focused, kind of in general, what would you want to see out of maybe a more Mythic Plus focused tree for the other Shaman setup?
So I think one thing that especially Elemental has been struggling with is defensives. I know there's like a whole topic on defensive creep and stuff, but
yeah,
this one doesn't really have a very good defensive. So something like that is always going to be good in Mythic Plus. I don't know how much damage these things would add, but obviously damage in Mythic Plus is also really big, or buffing other people.
Yeah, would you see that for the enhancement resto tree? Would like
Maybe.
using what is the official name of the enhanced resto combo?
Totemic. So
okay, so that's the totem action. Got it.
yeah.
So yeah, would you want to see? Oh yeah, it's literally on my screen. Would you want to see something like that where totems are being utilized to increase damage of other players or something along those lines, or increase your own healing instead?
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of support gameplay, but it
yeah,
seems like
it's like a fine
Lightsmith
line.
Yeah, it's like Lightsmith, Oracle. They're kind of going down that route. So long as everything is attributable, I'm kind of okay with it. If that's not the case and it's more like augmentation, then that's when it kind of sucks. But I wouldn't mind if they went that route and it's like attributable and stuff, but we'll see. I really just don't understand. I don't know what to think of Totemic yet, so we'll
okay. Is this about what you expected out of the hero talents for Shaman so far?
Yeah, I think it's like fine. It's not like super overpowered or anything, or doesn't read that way to me. But I think that's a good thing. So
yeah. And how much is Shaman really trying to like put together a whole burst of healing? Let's say, for example, that the ancestors are not feeding your cloud burst, but it really wants you to be casting many successive abilities together. Like, how are you going to maximize this in like a raid scenario?
That's kind of an issue with Shaman right now, is you kind of do line up a bunch of your spells back to back. They actually tried to make a change in like 10.1 to remove a couple of the modifiers that we had. But I don't think this really adds to that. This is just the more you cast Unleashed Life, the better. So, and none of the other spells are like use this ability and then you get buffed necessarily. So I think it's kind of just buffing how you would normally play, at least in a raid setting. And Mythic Plus, it's a little bit more awkward to use Unleashed Life that often.
Yeah, that's the other thing, is you're gonna be using it a lot out of combat with a 15-second cooldown, just constantly like building up your next ancestor.
Yeah, exactly. So
okay, any talent here that you really just hate and you think it's stupid, think they need some changes? What do you got? Nature's Harmony, right?
Yeah, Nature's Harmony's not good. You would never take that. And I still don't like the Maelstrom Supremacy. I don't like it buffs chain heal, but it's okay, I guess. Everything else is like fine.
Okay. You think is there anything missing they should add?
I don't think so. I think it's like decent enough. So
would you want to have something competing with Maelstrom Supremacy so that like Healing Wave, Healing Surge buffs were on one area and then like Wellspring, Downpour, Chain Heal was on another? Or would that just be not balanced?
That might work if you had like an AoE versus single target option. It could make it a little bit more feasible in like a Mythic Plus versus raid setting. But yeah, I think just like removing Chain Heal makes that node a little bit better.
Okay. Any other final thoughts?
Nope, I don't think so.
Okay,
what's pet healing this expansion? So
true. All right, what's the grade you give for the Farseer talents?
It's like a decent theme, not too overpowered. Like a maybe like a B.
Okay. Oh, we can take a B. I mean, you know,
Yeah,
it's not
it's
Oracle
it's
talents.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, room to improve, but it's not the worst thing ever. So it's yeah, it's not bad.
Hell yeah. All right, I appreciate you taking the time, dude. Thanks so much, Thune.
Yep. See ya.
It is Thune. Yep. Primary way for both specs. 2 more buttons to press, no buttons lost. Is there more buttons to press? I don't really think so. Yeah. No more buttons to press, because this button triggers pets. Swiftness would replace NS, which you should use already, you know? Yeah, I think it was sick. A big shout out to Thune. Was the audio and everything okay, too? Monk tree? Yeah. Good audio? Lovely. Lovely. Let me run to the bathroom real quick, and then we go do monk tree, okay? And I believe Sweggles said he'd be down to check it out. All right, 1 sec. I'll be right back. Gotta pee. All right. So yeah, chat. What do you guys think of the hero talent for Shaman? Are you guys actually like positive on it too? Bad? Why bad? Conduits of the Celestial. Joke. I don't play it. You're at a B plus. Okay. Positive, meh. Yeah, it's more multipliers. It's pretty easy to understand. Yeah, Totemic is Resto and Enhance. Alright, Conduits of the Celestial have devoted themselves to the teaching of the 4 august Celestials so wholeheartedly that they can channel their power outwardly and call upon their assistance regularly in combat. They can become pure conduits of the august Celestial's power during brief moments, preventing some other actions, but empowering them heavily. Okay. Celestial Conduit, the august Celestials empower you, causing you to radiate nature damage onto enemies and healing on up to 5 allies within 20 yards, split evenly among them. Healing and damage is increased by 6% per enemy struck, up to 30%. You may move while channeling, but casting other healing or damaging spells cancels this effect. Okay, so that's like an Emerald Communion, but also doing damage. The Celestial Conduit's channel will not break to using defensive, utility, or movement spells. Does that mean you can roll? Is that what the reading says? Yeah? Interesting. Restore balance. Gain Refreshing Jade Wind while Chi-Ji, the Red Crane, or Yulan, the Serpent, is active. Windwalker, gain Rushing Jade Wind while Xuen is active. Yulan's knowledge, refreshing Jade Wind duration is increased by 10 seconds. Oh, dang. Windwalker, Russian Jade Wind duration is increased by 4 seconds, and multiple uses may overlap. Mistweaver, Tiger Palm has a 15% chance to cause Shwen to claw your target for physical damage, healing a nearby ally for 200% of the damage done. Chance is increased while invoke Yulan or Chi-Ji. Tiger Palm has a chance to cause Shwen to claw your target for physical damage, healing a nearby ally. Chance is increased while invoke is active. Windwalker Doomer, yeah. All right, I'm getting through it, Strap It. Tell me why you don't like it, though. The healing enveloping mist and vivifies increased by 10%. Windwalker, Fist of Fury, and Spinning Crane Kick deal 10% more damage. Teachings of the Monastery has a 15% chance to refund a charge when consumed. The damage of Tiger Palm. What does this mean? Teachings is a chance to charge of what? Damage of Tiger Palm is increased by 30%. Oh, like, so when you consume Teachings of the Monastery, if you have a 3-stack Teachings of the Monastery and you blackout kick, then it like refunds a stack. Blizzard can't actually add anything interesting to Windwalker except increase damage to abilities and secondary stats. Okay. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Day. Okay. This is why I got you guys here to help. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna like go over this, get an understanding of it, and then I can ask like good questions to Swaggles. Yeah. Yeah. We have a preservation one as well today, don't we? We need to get a preservation guy on deck. Yeah, I know, Day. That's what I was thinking too, man. Heart of the Jade Serpent. Mistweaver consuming 8 stacks of Shayloons causes Yulan to decrease the cooldown of Renewing Mist, Rising Sun Kick, Life Cocoon, and Thunder Focus Tea by 100% for 8 seconds. Heart of the Jade Serpent's required stacks to activate from Mistweaver will change to 16 when talented into the Veil of Pride passive. Wherever the heck that is. Oh, wait, I know what that is. Yeah. Okay. I'm confused about the Yulan decreases the cooldown. That's not like when you have Invoke Yulan up. Yeah, I get that, like, when you have faster generation of Shayloon's Gift, you have to spend more. That makes sense. I'm confused by the Yulan is decreasing the cooldown. Does Yulan just pop out and say what's up? That's what it kind of sounds like to me. I'll ask Swaggles about it. Strength of Black Ox. After Shwen assists you, that's from hitting Tiger Palms, your next Enveloping Mist cast time is reduced by 50% and causes Nizao to grant an Absorb Shield. So, okay, so Shwen assists you, and then you get a proc where your next Envelop's cast time is reduced, and Nizao grants an Absorb to 5 nearby allies for 5% of your max health. That's kind of an interesting proc, I guess. I mean, it's not really going to be anything in raids, but it's a little bit of extra shielding for the party and a 5-man. Yeah. After Shwen assists you as Windwalker, your next Blackout Kick causes Nizao to stomp at your target's location, dealing damage to nearby enemies, reduced beyond 5 targets. Okay, so you Tiger Palm as Windwalker, it claws the main target, and then Nizao stomps everything. So you don't really have any impact as a Windwalker on what's going on. Alright. Mistweaver, Refreshing Jade Wind, and Spinning Crane Kick have a chance to cause Chi-Ji to quickly rush to 5 targets, healing each target. Oh, it's like the OG Crackbird. Let's go. Rushing Jade Wind and Spinning Crane Kick have a chance to cause Chi-Ji to quickly rush to 5 targets, dealing physical damage. Nijao's Protection. Fort Brew grants you an Absorb Shield for 25% of your maximum HP. Jade Sanctuary, you heal for 10% of your maximum health instantly when you activate Celestial Conduit, and receive 15% less damage for its duration. 10% of your max health instantly when you activate Celestial Conduit and receive less damage. So you're channeling for how long? Radiant damage, 5 allies, over 4 seconds. Okay, so it's 4 seconds of DR. So you get some self-healing and 15% DR for 4 seconds. I mean, it is a 1.5 minute CD, yeah. It's a minute and a half CD, and then you're a little bit safer every time, and it's making you safer while you do things. Yeah, you probably take that. Your movement speeds increase by 25% during Celestial Conduit, and for 3 seconds after being assisted by any Celestial. Okay, you're like perma-moving fast then. Yeah. You switch between alignments after an August Celestial assists you, increasing a corresponding secondary stat by 3%. Oh man, you're just constantly getting buffs then. Yeah, you're just constantly getting buffed. Yeah. Casting Jadefire Stomp increases the damage of your next Rising Sun Kick by 30%, or healing of your next Vivify by 50%, Mistweaver only. What do they mean? Does Mistweaver only get this optioned, or... Okay. Or it's the Vivify. Vivify is Mistweaver only. Okay. Celestial Conduit can be recast once during its duration to call upon all the August Celestials to assist you at 200% effectiveness. So over the 4 seconds that you're casting it, you can just recast it again. So you just double tap it. Unity Within is automatically cast when Celestial Conduit ends, if not used before expiration. Okay. You just cast it once and you're fine. All right. This is like an after. It's not even an aftershock because it's stronger. But call upon all the Celestials to assist you. But if all the Celestials assist you, do you also get Inner Compass? Right? So if you need the buffs right away or after 4 seconds? Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. Alright, let me hit up. Only one at a time? Okay. Double tapping at 300% for the same channel time as normal. Bit of a weird end talent. Yeah, I'll have to ask Swiggles about it. Alright. Okay. Let me know if audio is good and everything, and we'll get Swiggles in. Hey, what's going on, guys? It's Jack, back again to bring you the Conduit of the Celestials hero talent tree for Mistweaver and Windwalker. It starts with the ability Celestial Conduit, which is a 1.5-minute active ability. It's a 1.5-minute cooldown, where the August Celestials empower you, causing you to radiate nature damage onto enemies and healing onto up to 5 injured allies within 20 yards over 4 seconds, split evenly among them. The healing and damage is increased by 6% per enemy struck, up to 30%. You may move while channeling, but casting other healing or damage spells cancels the effect. And they want to note that the channel will not break due to using defensives, utility, or movement spells, which sounds to me like they're gonna also make it so you could roll during the duration. And so it's sort of a Emerald Communion that a Preservation Evoker might have, but it's radiating healing or damage. And hitting more enemies is also increasing the healing. Hitting more enemies is increasing the healing that you're doing to your allies. You have a couple of choice nodes here with Temple Training, where for Mistweaver, the healing of Enveloping Mist and Vivify is increased by 10%. For Windwalker, Fists of Fury and Spinning Crane Kick deal 10% more damage. And that is a choice node between that or Schwen's Guidance, where Teachings of the Monastery has a 15% chance to refund a charge, which I think they mean stack, when consumed. and the damage of Tiger Palm is increased by 30%. Part of the theme of this talent tree is getting empowered by different Celestials, and so you'll see a couple areas like Courage of the White Tiger, where Mistweaver's Tiger Palm is a chance to cause Xuen to claw your target for physical damage, healing a nearby ally for 200% of the damage done, and that chance is increased while Invoke Yu'lon or Invoke Chi-Ji are active. Windwalker, their Tiger Palm also will proc Xuen to claw the target for more damage, and it will also proc an additional heal, and the chance is also increased while their Celestial in Xuen is active. Restore balance, gain Refreshing Jade Wind while Chi-Ji or Yu'lon is active, or for Windwalker, gain Rushing Jade Wind while Xuen is active. There's a choice note between that or Yu'lon's Knowledge, where Refreshing Jade Wind's duration is increased by 10 seconds, which is pretty big, and Windwalker's Rushing Jade Wind duration is increased by 4 seconds, and multiple uses may overlap. Heart of the Jade Serpent on the left side here, consuming 8 stacks of Sheilun's Gift, which is also increased to 16 if you're talented into the Veil of Pride talent for Mistweavers. Causes Yu'lon to decrease the cooldown time of Renewing Mist, Rising Sun Kick, Life Cocoon, and Thunder Focus Tea by 100% for 8 seconds. So the way I understand this is that when you fulfill a certain requirement, when you hit a Tiger Palm, you can have a chance to summon Xuen. When you are consuming enough Sheilun's gifts, you're going to summon Yu'lon. Those are the empowerments that you're getting from that Celestial, and so you'll see this theme a little bit later on. For Windwalker, consuming 30 Chi causes Yu'lon to decrease the cooldown time of Rising Sun Kick, Fist of Fury, Strike of the Windlord, and Whirling Dragon Punch by 100% for 8 seconds. Strength of the Black Ox, after Xuen assists you, which is, like we talked about, coming from the Tiger Palms here. Your next Enveloping Mist cast time is reduced by 50% and causes Nizhao to grant an Absorb Shield to 5 nearby allies for 5% of your max health. So you proc the benefit from Xuen, and afterwards you get a proc for Nizhao to help you, that you can cast the Enveloping Mist and also result in an Absorb for 5 of your allies. So you're kind of bouncing between these different buffs. Windwalker also does the same thing. They Tiger Palm, they get the assistance from Xuen, which claws the active target. After that active target gets clawed, Nizhao comes out, stomps them a whole bunch of enemies to help out. Flight of the Red Crane, Refreshing Jade Wind and Spinning Crane Kick have a chance to cause Chi-Ji to quickly rush to 5 targets, healing each of them. This is very similar to the old Invoke Red Crane that we had back in BFA and before then, where it kind of just bounces around and heals everybody. And Windwalker has the same sort of effect, but it damages enemies and is procced from Rushing Jade Wind and Spinning Crane Kick. There's a choice node here for your defensive node, where Nizhao's Protection will grant an Absorb Shield for 25% of your maximum health, or Jade Sanctuary, where you heal for 10% of your max health instantly when you activate Celestial Conduit and receive 15% less damage for its duration. So keep in mind, this is your 1.5 minute cooldown, where you will then heal for 10% of your max life instantly, and then while you're channeling for 4 seconds, then you're going to have that 15% damage reduction on hand. So I think Jade Sanctuary is going to be pretty sick. Chi-Ji Swiftness, your movement speeds increase by 25% during Celestial Conduit, and for 3 seconds after being assisted by any Celestial. And so keep in mind, you can have Xuen proccing off Tiger Palms, and when that procs, it'll then have Nizhao help you out. You're having Yu'lon proccing from consuming Sheilun's gifts. You're having the Chi-Ji proccing from Refreshing Jade Wind and Spinning Crane Kick. So whenever any of those are proccing, you are then getting movement speed buff to help. Inner Compass is the alignments with these August Celestials, increasing a corresponding stat by 3%. So if you're having Xuen helping you, then you're getting a crit strike buff. If Chi-Ji's helping you, you're getting haste, and Ox versatility, Serpent is giving you mastery. It's a choice node between that or August Dynasty, where casting Jade Fire Stomp increases the damage of your next Rising Sun Kick by 30%, or healing of your next Vivify by 50% for Mistweaver. And finally, there's a lot of words in this one. Unity Within, Celestial Conduit can be recast once during its duration, again that's a duration of 4 seconds, to call upon all of the August Celestials to assist you at 200% effectiveness. So it seems to me that this is going to be proccing all of these Celestials to do damage and heal, to stomp allies and produce the absorbs, to bounce around and heal allies, to get cooldown reduction from your Rising Sun Kick and other abilities. all of those things at once if you cast it during Celestial Conduit. Or it's automatically cast when Celestial Conduit ends if it's not used during the channel of Celestial Conduit. So you have all of this sort of synergy coming in together. And to join me in going over all of these changes and what they mean for Mistweaver, we got Sweggle. So what's going on, man? How are you liking the Conduit of the Celestial so far?
It is pretty cool. There's a lot of really cool interactions here that we're seeing. The baseline ability that we get, Celestial Conduit, seems pretty cool. It's essentially just a updated version of Essence Font. I have no idea if it scales with haste at the moment, but the ability to use defensives, utility, and movement spells during Celestial Conduit is pretty cool, because it's just a better form of Essence Font at that point. There is a little bit of a confusion with the wording in terms of the healing and damage increase per enemy struck. I'm assuming that that's also going to work for healing allies as well, or at least I hope so. Otherwise, it makes it quite a underpowered healing spell. But obviously, everything in this tree is dependent on the number tuning. So,
yeah, and how do you feel about having some of the damage reduction already sort of built into it, where you're already having the option to like instantly heal yourself and be able to have steady damage reduction, and you can move? Like, it's gonna be so hard to die during this channel.
oh yeah, no, it's definitely very good. It's a push in the right direction for Mistweaver Monk. I mean, historically, we were pretty weak defensively before 10.2, and now we have sort of become these unkillable gods, which feels really good. So to see more of that is definitely welcomed.
Mm-hmm. So what are your thoughts on having to balance some of the variety, really? It's so many of your abilities. It's not a lot of bloat or anything like that, but keeping track of these additional buffs that you have on hand. Like, if you Tiger Palm, you're proccing the Schwen, which then means your Nizao is going to help you, and then you have to keep in mind there's going to be a proc of Enveloping Mist that you want to track so you can take advantage of it to get some extra absorbs out onto your buds.
Yeah.
Then if you're consuming Shayloon stacks, you have to keep in mind that sometimes you're going to be consuming Shayloons not perfectly at 10 stacks or 8 stacks or whatever. And so sometimes after your Shayloons, you're getting a lot of cooldown reduction for Rising Sun Kick, Renewing Mist, Life Cocoon, Thunder Focus Tea. It kind of seems like we're not getting any ability bloat, but the like cognitive load for Mistweaver seems to be ramping up.
Definitely. There's a lot of really good choices, and as I sort of keep reading more and more about them, I'm like, well, maybe we go down the left side, or maybe we go down the right side, or down the middle. They all seem very good. I like being able to sort of focus in on one thing, whether it's, gaining more refreshing Jade Wind duration, or...
Well, you're going to get everything. I mean, there's a couple of choice nodes.
Yeah, I guess the choice nodes is good.
Yeah.
But, yeah, gaining everything here would be very, very good. My understanding of Inner Compass, at least what I was told, is that, Heart of the Serpent, Courage of the White Tiger, and Flight of the Red Crane, these things just randomly sort of proc for you. You don't actually get the Celestial themselves, but you do get the buff corresponding to whatever Celestial you got from that buff, right? So we'll have to see the tuning on some of the numbers here in terms of like Flight of the Red Crane and, just how much Courage of the White Tiger actually performs. But it looks very interesting, especially since you're basically just going to be rotating around different stat buffs with Inner Compass. It's going to be very cool. I'm most excited for the right side of the tree in terms of the refreshing Jade Wind. I think that if the Restore Balance one works with an existing refreshing Jade Wind, it's going to be very, very potent. I also am curious to see if the Flight of the Red Crane is on proc or if it's on tick of refreshing Jade Wind and spinning Crane Kick. If it's on tick, I can imagine it being very, very strong. But we'll have to see the tuning around that.
Yeah, and Mistweaver really has not been using Refreshing Jade Wind really much at all this expansion. Is that right?
No, it got reworked. It went from being something that we sort of actively pressed throughout the rotation to a 45-second CD with a 15-second duration. So it's something that you want to press occasionally during periods of sort of high healing intensity, which is good because it removes that button bloat like we were talking about. But when it's buffed up a little bit, like 10 seconds increased duration, or it has this Flight of the Red Crane tied to it, it can be very, very good, as the button right now is just barely behind the alternative talent in the tree. So I'm eager to see what that looks like.
What's it competing with right now in the tree?
Mistrap, which is very good because we're playing with Tear Morning and Chi Harmony. It is Just barely behind though. It's like 0.3 or 0.4% behind. So if it gets a little bit of a nudge in the right direction, which it's definitely getting with the right side of the tree here, it will be very, very good.
Okay, so there's potential for you to be able to take Refreshing Jade Wind and not be so button bloated. You said it was a 45-second cooldown and a 15-second duration, so it could be a 25-second duration with this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just hitting occasionally and knowing, hey, like I'm gonna do so much healing over 25 seconds. Don't have to be hitting it that often, like that you had to back in what, BFA?
Yeah.
Shadowlands. Yeah.
It's definitely a very good fire and forget button, which honestly I'm a fan of. Lessening the cognitive load is very, very good on the spec, just because if you're playing around, you know, the reduced cooldown of Renewing Mist, Rising Sun Kick, and everything else going on, just being able to press one button and sort of forget about it for 45 seconds or 35 seconds is very, very good in my opinion.
And do you think that this is going to be more focused on like raids or Mythic Plus, or do you think this is a nice hybrid between the two?
It's a very nice hybrid between the two. I think that the August Dynasty is very, very cool, being that J Fire Stomp already does quite a bit of damage and quite a bit of healing on its own. So getting the 50% buff to Vivify on top of that, if it works with Vivify Cleave, is going to be very nice, because you could sort of sync up the instant cast Vivify with your J Fire Stomp cast to just basically give you like a 1-2 punch of a very strong AoE heal into a very strong single target heal, which would be definitely very cool in that sense. I also think that the Courage of the White Tiger with the Tiger Palm chance to give basically just more damage and more healing is very good as well. Tiger Palm got so many buffs this expansion. It went from being one of the weakest single target spells in the game to being one of the sort of stronger spammable ones. It competes with Blackout Kick right now, and if you're playing with the Jade Fire Stomp talents that give you 2 Tiger Palms whenever you use one, this will effectively just do double the amount that it should do, which is going to be very, very cool. And plus you're gaining the critical strike buff from Inner Compass at that point whenever it procs, which is very, very sick.
Yeah. And so let's just talk about raids for a second. If we're looking at throughout all of Dragonflight, you know, there's Clouded Focus, some people have been messing around with like Ancient Teachings builds. What do you think that this setup is really going to push Mistweaver towards in a raid environment for gameplay?
Definitely Rising Mist, just because we are going to be wanting to play with Courage of the White Tiger to get the crit buff and to get the versatility buff from Strength of Black Ox as well. There's not that much going on here with Tier Morning that would sort of incentivize playing it. We'll definitely have to see what Master of Harmony looks like for that, but I think that this one is more focused around incorporating the whole kit rather than just some aspects of the kit, whether it's just Soothing Mist and Vivify and Enveloping Mist spamming.
Yeah.
This has sort of the whole picture, which I really like, because I'd much rather play with the whole picture of Mistweaver's kit rather than just some aspects of it.
And we also were seeing, really, I was talking to Thune about it before, about how prevalent sort of like a ramping playstyle is of kind of putting all of your cooldowns, all your modifiers together, and then just blasting. What are your thoughts on how flexible, inflexible this might make your gameplay as you're sort of wombo comboing a lot of these celestial effects and this new cooldown on top of what Mistweaver already has?
Right. So I think it's not bad overall. The way that Celestial Conduit reads to me, if the numbers aren't really there, I could see you just pressing it and getting a little bit of the healing off, and then canceling the channel and going into the rest of your kit, and then getting the Unity Within buff for the second 200% effectiveness cast, and then actually like using that as your proper heal and your proper cooldown. I think that would be a lot better. I'm not the biggest fan of sort of like just straight up getting rid of the first cast of Celestial Conduit, but in a kit that's as involved as Mistweaver is, especially with Rising Mist, it might end up being the play, and if that is the case, then I'm honestly fine with it. But I highly think that Celestial Conduit is going to be something that is hasted, and if it is, it's going to synergize really well with the haste buff from Inner Compass. Seek and Refusion as a haste buff. We have Invoker's Delight that also gives us another haste buff there. So we have a lot of ways of just scaling up our haste, and plus you just want to play a lot of haste when you're playing Rising Mist anyways. So I expect that Celestial Conduit will probably be pushed down to about what an Upwelling Essence Font cast would be, or a channel would be, which is about 2.5 seconds or 3 seconds. Which would be a lot better in that scenario, and it wouldn't really feel that intrusive in the rest of the rotation and with the amount of cooldowns that you have.
Okay, so to break it down in simple terms, you set up a whole bunch of these haste modifiers, you Celestial Conduit, that's hasted, it's going to be 2-ish seconds. You pop that, you gain all the benefits of all of the Celestials, which sounds like Inner Compass giving you all of the buffs?
That's what I believe, so yeah.
That's what it seems like. And then you're going into the brunt of your cooldowns, of having your Celestial out, giving you maybe refreshing Jade Wind on hand, or maybe you're taking extended duration, and so you might be able to toss that up really quickly and have a 25-second duration.
Mm-hmm.
Your abilities are hasted. You're tossing out all these extra renewing mists because you're getting more cooldown reduction from the Celestials that you're proccing thanks to Unity Within.
Yep.
And then you just go to town and blast.
Yep. It's just everything sort of culminates into one big burst of HPS every 90 seconds, which seems really cool. Another concern that I sort of have is with this whole tree, it's a lot about sort of summoning your Celestials, which obviously doesn't really favor Jade Bond in that case, which is the 3-minute talent for your Celestial rather than the 1-minute talent with Gift of Celestial.
Right.
So I think that this whole tree sort of incentivizes only playing with 1-minute Celestial, which is what we've been accustomed to pretty much this entire expansion, which is fine. But I would like to see Jade Bond get a little bit of love, make it a little bit stronger than it is right now, because it just cannot compete with how dominant Gift of Celestial is. And if this playstyle is pushing Gift of Celestial even further ahead, then there's going to be no relevancy for Jade Bond, where I'd like to see a little bit of relevancy for it.
Gotcha. And do you think that this is going to be more of a Chi-Ji or a Yulan sort of support? What would be the big differences for this current setup?
It's really hard to say without knowing sort of the numbers on stuff like Flood of the Red Crane, and if Restore Balance allows you to cast 2 Refreshing Jade Winds at the same time. I think at the moment you are looking towards playing Chi-Ji, just because we're steering a little bit clear of Clouded Focus, hopefully at least, which will make Ancient Teachings a lot better, and Courage of the White Tiger will make Tiger Palm very, very strong in that case. And getting the 5% shields on 5 allies through Strength of the Black Ox is going to be very, very good for that as well. It also gives you that reduced cast time on Enveloping Mist, which is also very good. So I think we're going to be looking towards playing Ancient Teachings, which is definitely welcome for a lot of people, because in my opinion, that's the most fun playstyle for Mistweaver. I'm not really a fan of sitting there channeling Soothing Mist anymore. I want to, get the Chi-Ji swiftness and run around and be mobile and kick and heal people.
Yeah, 100%. And so when you were talking before about Jade Bond and having a potential for a 3-minute Celestial, certainly you could be building it up. I mean, it'd be kind of tough with the way that Celestial Conduit is set up, because you could just align a 1.5-minute cooldown and then the minute cooldown to your Celestials and just kind of go to town. But what would they really require to make Jade Bond a viable option so that you can have your ramp, have your crazy burst of a Celestial at the 3-minute cooldown, and then in between you can have something smaller that's enhanced by Celestial Conduit? Do we need Dragonflight talents to be specifically edited, or could hero talents also build up some other playstyle that could synergize with a 3-minute Celestial?
I think if you had something that was sort of like a ramping buff during your Celestial, depending on how long the duration was, it would make Jade Bond a lot better. I think they could probably introduce that through something like giving you secondary stats, or just giving you a flat healing increase during the duration of it. It would also synergize pretty well if you ever have anything throughout the tree, if it does end up getting reworked to give you just a random proc of a Celestial, you can get a little bit of a buff from there. That is a pretty big ask, but that would be the direction that I'd want to go in with Jade Bond to sort of make it stronger, is to just give it more power, essentially.
Okay. And do you think that would also kind of push towards any other like Tier of Morning styles? Are you still liking this Tier of Morning style that we have going on right now, or do you want to just go full on towards Ancient Teachings?
I am a fan of having diversity in builds. However, I think that with sort of the introduction of Tier of Morning and Chi Harmony this tier, we went back to the Stone Age of Mistweaver, where we're just sort of casting very simplistic rotations, not really using our brains very much, and just pummeling out HPS without really thinking about it. I'm not too much of a fan of that. I think that it could be a lot better than that. I do like that Tier Morning does give you some options, especially some thinking around the amount of Renewing Mist you have out, and the decision to press either Enveloping Mist or Vivify. I think that's good. However, not a lot of people actually utilize that, and it's not really incentivized to use that either, just because the difference is so minor. If Chi Harmony ends up being a thing on Master of Harmony, we will still probably play around Tier of Morning on some fights, but I definitely think that Rising Mist and Ancient Teachings is going to surpass it, just because the sort of autonomy of the healing is a lot better than having to consciously and actively target people throughout a fight. If you could do meaningful numbers, just DPSing and doing healing at the same time, it's going to be a lot better than, you know, having to reactionarily heal someone with Soothing Mist and Vivify, right?
Right. Absolutely. So tell me, okay, what's the overall grade that you have for this hero talent tree? What would you rate it?
Out of 10, I would give it like a 9.5. I feel like this
All
talent
right.
tree owns. This is definitely a step in the right direction. It gives you total diversity in a bunch of different playstyles. It introduces talents that we haven't really played around at all this expansion back into the kit with Refreshing Jadewind. It's super nice with the idea of Inner Compass, and giving us a 90-second cooldown that doesn't really feel that intrusive, or shouldn't feel that intrusive, is going to be pretty nice during that downtime where you don't really have anything else going on in the rotation. You can just sort of press it and get a lot of healing out.
That's great. Okay, so what do you think needs the most attention out of this? What sucks or needs assistance? What might be a problem?
On the final 3 talents before Unity Within, basically just Inner Compass and August Dynasty are significantly better than the 2 other options. The other 2 are basically utility and defensives, whereas Inner Compass will provide you a pretty substantial HPS buff, just because if you are able to chain around the secondary stats quite a bit, it'll give you quite a substantial buff to your HPS, which will be good. My other real concern is just basically what the temple training in terms of like if Vivify healing increase is going to be applied to Invigorating Mist, or if it's just to Vivify direct. Vivify has a lot of really weird modifiers on it, and in the past there have been stuff that has been like, okay, well here's Vivify buff by 40%. Well, it actually also buffs Invigorating Mist by 40%, but this 10% buff to Vivify doesn't buff Invigorating Mist. So if we get some confirmation on that, that'll bring it up to a 10. It's basically just wording that's holding it back from getting a perfect 10 in my eyes.
Awesome. Okay, and since this is near perfect 10, what could they do to really step up with Master of Harmony, the Brewmaster Mistweaver hybrid?
Oh, that's going to be hard. I think just judging by the name, we are probably going to see Chi Harmony make a return.
Right.
It's kind of our beloved tier set. I think that there's a lot of problems if Tier of Harmony or Chi Harmony comes back, sort of, just because of Tier of Morning and spamming into the same target. I don't think that Master of Harmony is going to top Conduit Celestials. I was sort of hyped up for Conduit Celestials. I got a little bit of an insider info on what this would look like, and I was like, oh, that sounds so much better than Master of Harmony and Shadowpan can be. So I was super hyped about this one, and I saw that they delivered with it, so I'm very happy. I think Master of Harmony is going to be sort of the caster-focused rating build, or the M+ build, if you're going with Mistweaver, and Conduit Celestials is going to be sort of the higher APM, more involved version of Mistweaver that is, you know, spec towards people who are much more competitive on the spec.
Awesome. Well, hey, I mean, and that's an easy way to make sure they make everybody happy, right?
Yep. I think that giving diversity in the kit, like I said, is very, very good. So seeing multiple playstyles sort of be highlighted in these talents is very, very...
And so for you personally, would you just want to make sure that Chi Harmony, if it goes with Master of Harmony, right, would you still be pushed into that position where you'd play it, or would you be worried about the tuning of it? If you're expecting Conduit of the Celestials to be higher APM, more involved, and Master of Harmony to be more simple, would you feel bad if you were forced into Master of Harmony?
Definitely, yeah. I feel like people don't want to play the same playstyle that we've been playing right now. They want to go with something different, and Conduit Celestials gives you that option of playing something different than what we've been used to in 10.2 rating so far. But if the tuning pretty much remains the same on Master of Harmony, and we go in with like a 50% increase to Chi Harmony like it is right now, odds are you are probably still going to stick with that playstyle, which will feel pretty bad, and it will sort of deter people away from that. So I'd rather not see that happen. I want it to remain competitive in a sense, but, you know, keep it like 5-10% below the most optimal playstyle for Mistweaver, which would be, in my eyes, Rising Mist and Ancient Teachings.
Makes sense. All right, any other final thoughts you got for it?
Nope, not really. I was actually thinking that Shadowpan and Conduit Celestials would be the 2 for Mistweaver Monk. Seeing Master of Harmony was a little bit weird, but I guess we already knew that prior, so... But that was my initial thought, was that Shadowpan was going to end up being sort of the melee-focused Ancient Teachings hybrid build, which I thought would be totally cool, because speccing totally into that in Raid feels very fun. Feels super fun to just blast DPS and get a lot of HPS out of that, so... Hopefully Courage of the White Tiger pushes that farther ahead, so that way we can end up playing that in War Within.
Dude, I hope so too. Well, thank you so much for taking the time, man. I appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you for having me on.
Yeah, later, dude.
Take care.
Hell yeah. I'm excited for this stuff. This is going to be great. Thank you for the questions, Day. And yeah, to answer to Bose's question, yes, we did do Shaman with our boy Thune earlier, and those will be on YouTube soon. Grin, thank you for the 8 months. Hopefully you're still chilling, man. Sorry for the delay. All right, baby. I was sick. Thune got me, or sorry, Swaggles got me really excited for Conduit of the Celestials. I was excited about it, and now I'm like even more excited about it. I have not done Spellslinger yet. I'm covering the healers first, and I think this is the last healer one, and then we're gonna go look over everything else. So I've just been like getting on, I've been getting the high-end gamers on and getting their takes and getting their opinions on it. Yeah. If you'd be able to double channel Manatee and the Celestial, maybe, yeah. We just did Farseer, yep, and I'll have it up on YouTube in the next day or two. But Thune was pretty pleased, so if you guys just tuned in, Thune was fairly pleased with the Shaman tree. He gave it a B rating. He gave it a B rating. It's like, you know, you do your things, and it's a little bit better for the things that you're doing. I might see if Volk is around. Yeah. They're chilling in Discord at the moment? Okay. 9.5 rating? Yeah, I mean, Swaggle's being really excited about, Zero talents are bad? Well, they announced one, and it was bad, and then they said they're gonna redo it, so we're chilling. Yeah. So I'm not too worried now. First Pally one was bad, but the Sun Theme one was great. Yeah, I agree. I gotta tell you, I'm getting more positive. I'm getting more positive by the minute with these zero talents. I actually am. Yeah. Hope the Celestials look cool and procced. Yeah, I just hope that they're not going to be too all-encompassing, you know? Yeah. I think the Herald of the Sun looks good for Pally, but yeah, definitely I'm glad that they sent the Priest one back to the drawing board. Yeah. Yeah. But that's the thing is, I would rather it be in such a bad spot that they say they're going to redo it, though. That's the thing. Yeah. I'm saying after today, I'm getting more positive. Let's see what the Prez one is, because I haven't actually looked at it yet. Okay, so I think Volk and UT agreed to get on. So we're gonna read through this. I'm gonna get a little understanding of it, and then I'm gonna bring them in and get some feedback. Okay. But I would rather. That's the thing is, I would rather it be so bad they send it back to the drawing board, though. That's where I'm fine, you know. Anytime, Day. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate the questions. All right. This is the Flame Shaper Evoker. Flame Shapers specialize in red Dragonflight spells related to life energy, flame, and breath magic. They have the ability to engulf enemies or allies in Dragon Flame, causing Fire Breath or Dream Breath to detonate, dealing damage or healing. Interesting. All right, so Flame Shaper has an active ability called Engulf. Love that word, Engulf. Engulf your target in Dragonflame, damaging or healing them. For each of your periodic effects on the target, effectiveness is increased by 50%. So you have like what, Reversion, Dream Breath. Any other periodic effects I'm missing? Echo's not a... I mean, you could have an echoed reversion, but it's not like a periodic effect. Yeah, you could have echoed reversion, echo dream breath. Yeah. Okay. Trailblazer. Hover and deep breath travel 50% faster, and hover travels 50% further. Oh, let's go. I like that. Shape of Flame, Tail Swipe, and Wing Buffet. Scorch enemies and blind them with ash, causing their next attack within 4 seconds to miss. Ooh. Ooh, mama. Oh. Dude. Dude, that's crazy. You get a whole pack of casters together, you kick, you like toss them up in the air, and then their next cast all misses? That's insane. Well, you can't tail swipe or wing buffet bosses, so I'd imagine not. That's an insane ability, though. That's really, like, not only do you interrupt one cast, but you interrupt the next cast, and then you knock them back and interrupt another cast, and they cast again, and it interrupts that because it misses. That's crazy. Sorry, man. I'm a growing boy. What can I say? I'm hungry. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a long cooldown, but still, that's crazy. Yeah, Engulf, God, I love that word, causes fire breath or dream breath, preservation only, to spread to a nearby target. If no valid targets are present, its duration is refreshed. In Kindle, essence abilities are enhanced with flame, dealing 20% of healing or damage done as fire over 8 seconds. Okay, so are enhanced with flame, so like Echo and Emerald Blossom, question mark? Yeah, Blossom and Echo, yeah, or Ouroboros stack with Blossom. Yeah, so just essence stuff does more good. There's another hot for Engulf. Oh, true. Oh, true. Okay, Conduit of Flame. Crit strike chance against targets above 50% health is increased by 10%. Crit strike chance against targets above half health is increased. Okay. I wonder if that would like... No, never mind. Burning Adrenaline. Engulf quickens your pulse. Reduces the cast time of your next spell by 30%. Stacks up to 2 charges. Ooh. Ooh. There's no cast time for Engulf either. So you can actually have some faster living flames. Yeah? How you doing, Helios? Yeah? Fan the flames. Engulf reignites in Kindle, extending its duration and effectiveness by 25%. Ooh. Okay. Expanded lungs. You get everything, but these things right here are choice nodes. So you can take Fan the Flames or Expanded Lungs, where Fire Breath's damage over time is increased by 20%. Dream Breath's heal over time is increased by 20%. So you unlock everything, but there are some choice nodes. So whenever you see this bracket, that means it's a choice node. Titanic Precision. Living Flame, Reversion, and Azure Strike crit strikes have a 100% increased chance to trigger Essence Burst. Ooh. Okay. So we'll have to ask about a crit build. Or the possibility of a crit build. Yeah. Wait, was Reversion always triggering Essence Burst, though? I know, like, Living Flame, and if you talented into it, Azure Strike would. Oh, it's a 10-2-5 change. Ooh, okay. That's why I got you guys around. This is why I'm reading through it before I ask questions, yeah. Awesome. Wait, you can get an insane amount of essences out of like a reversion build with this, right? And you want to have more periodic effects with Engulf. Yeah. Engulf gains an additional charge and deals 20% increased damage and healing. So you're kind of spreading around this buff. And for each periodic effect, you're getting... So it's like a hot that's giving you more hots to people. Life Cinders, Renewing Blaze also applies to one nearby injured ally when cast. Ooh, chat. You like rescue a hunter, and then you hit Renewing Blaze, and then they get Renewing Blaze. That's awesome. I mean, you could Renewing Blaze the tank, yeah. You could even Verdant Embrace the tank. Yeah. It's random though. They say nearby injured ally. Yeah, I guess it's not the closest ally. Yeah. If it was the closest ally, that'd be pretty insane though. Because you already are having times where you rescue somebody who's weak, right? And then you can like control that. And if the healing is attributed to you, you just do it on the tank. Oh my god. Yeah, I think proximity mattering would be a really cool point of like min-max for high-end players. Yeah. Draconic Instincts, your wounds have a small chance to cauterize, healing you for 30% of damage taken. Occurs more often from attacks that deal high damage. Okay. When they asked about specific stuff, they said these nearby allies would not follow augmentation target logic, only random. Okay. Consume Flame. Engulf consumes 8 seconds of fire breath from the target, detonating it and damaging all nearby targets equal to 300% of the amount consumed. So you could have 2 engulfs out and then you cause like a double burst. Preservation. Engulf consumes 8 seconds of dream breath from the target, detonating it and healing all nearby targets equal to 300% of the amount consumed, reduced beyond 5. Oh, that's kind of cool. Oh, that's like really cool. This is a 20-second cooldown, but how long does it stay on the target? Yeah, you actually get like burst healing potential. You get some really big burst healing potential. Yeah, it's an instant. I'm just curious about the duration of Engulf. Yeah. Oh, it's an okay, so yeah, I see. For each of your periodic effects, the effectiveness is increased. Well, that's the thing, though. Engulf doesn't have a duration. Oh, okay, I see what it is. You put Dream Breath on the target, then you engulf them, and then you trigger the explosion. I see. Okay, I understand now. I thought it was reversed. You Dream Breath allies, cast Engulf on them afterwards. Bada bing, bada boom. Yeah. So it's an instant heal that if you have hots on the target, it heals more. Yeah. Instant heal with low cooldown and multiple charges. Yeah. 5 mans, can you imagine having Renewing Blaze on an injured ally there? Especially if we get some rot fights coming back, baby. Oh, yeah. All right. Let me find the Volk UT call. The thing with the thing, and then dog jam when they hit full HP. Yeah. Let me check in with the guys and make sure they're ready, and then we're gonna read over all the stuff for YouTube, and then yeah, should finally learn Prez. That seems pretty good. Your team will defensive on their own. You'll defensive for them. Yeah, basically. I'm fine with that as a healer. If they're not gonna use it, somebody's got to. All right. All right. They said 3 works. Cool. All right. Say hi, YouTube. Give me feedback as well when I get them on the call, please, for audio. And if you guys have questions that I should ask them that I haven't asked or whatever at the point in the video, feel free to drop them in chat as well. Yeah. Actually, let me get some water real quick. Water, run ads, and then we'll be good, okay? 1 sec. Sorry. Hey, Disco, thank you for the prime. All right. All right, gamers. Hey, what's going on, guys? It's Jack, back to bring you the Flame Shaper, Devastation, and Preservation hero talents for the War Within. In this video, we're going to go over what the abilities actually are, and then have a discussion with Volk and UT from the Evoker Discord themselves to give their ratings on how these hero talents are shaping up. It starts off with Engulf, which is a 20-second cooldown and is an instant heal or damage ability. It engulfs the target in Dragonflame, damaging or healing them, and for each periodic effect on the target, the effectiveness is increased by 50%. So just having one reversion on the target then boosts the heal of the engulf by 50%. You have a Trailblazer, which causes your hover and deep breath to travel faster, and hover travels 50% further, meaning you can just jump super far and get a lot of extra movement. Shape of Flame causes your tail swipe and wing buffet to scorch enemies and blind them with ash, causing their next attack within 4 seconds to miss. This is a crazy AoE shutdown. Tail swiping mobs into the air to interrupt a whole bunch of casts, and then when they come back down to earth, all of their next casts are going to miss. It's crazy. Traveling Flame. Engulf causes Fire Breath or Dream Breath for preservation to spread to a nearby target. If no valid targets are present, its duration is refreshed. In Kindle, Essence abilities are enhanced with Flame, dealing 20% of healing or damage done as fire over 8 seconds. Conduit of Flame, critical strike chance against targets above 50% health is increased by 10%. You have Burning Adrenaline. Engulf quickens your pulse, reducing the cast time of your next spell by 30%, and it stacks up to 2 charges, meaning after you're casting these engulfs, your follow-up casts are going to be quite a bit faster, which will be very interesting to be able to see. Fan the Flames. Engulf reignites in Kindle, which is again the Essence abilities being enhanced with Flame, extending its duration and effectiveness by 25%. Again, Essence abilities like Reversion or maybe some Emerald Blossom coming into play. Expanded Lungs. Fire Breath's damage over time is increased by 20%. And for Preservation, Dream Breath's heal over time is increased by 20%. So with this, it's going to actually relate to some talents a little bit later down in the tree. Really cool defensive here in Life Cinders, where Renewing Blaze also applies to one nearby injured ally when cast. Draconic Instincts, your wounds have a small chance to cauterize, healing you for 30% of damage taken. Occurs more often from attacks that deal high damage. Now, they said it's a nearby injured ally. It would be really cool if it was the closest ally, because then you could like Verdant Embrace or rescue a tank or something like that. And that way you're going to be able to actually apply it to them. So that'd be pretty cool. Oh, good point. Yeah, Reversion's not an Essence ability. I was thinking of Echo. Might be. Engulf gains an additional charge and deals 20% increased damage and healing. So keep in mind, Engulf can be an instant heal for Preservation Evokers. It'll have 2 charges, and its effectiveness is increased by every periodic effect you have on your target. So Dream Breath Hots, Reversion Hots, the echoed versions of them can make some incredibly powerful instant heals for that Preservation Evoker. Titanic Precision, Living Flame, Reversion, and Azure Strike crit strikes have a 100% increased chance to trigger Essence Burst. So having more crits, which could also happen on targets that are at higher health, above 50% health, could then feed you more Essence Burst for whatever sort of Essence Spenders that you want to have on hand. And with more Essence Spenders, you are benefiting from things like Enkindle, increasing the healing or damage, or having extra fire, healing, or damage applied to those targets. Now, to cap it off, you have Consume Flame, which for Devastation, when Engulf will consume 8 seconds of fire breath from the target, detonating it and damaging all nearby targets equal to 300% of the amount consumed. So 300% of 8 seconds of fire breath, reduced beyond 5 targets. And so Engulf consumes 8 seconds of Dream Breath, detonating it and healing all nearby targets equal to 300% of the amount consumed, reduced beyond 5 targets. So you Dream Breath, you engulf that target, it consumes the Dream Breath, and then bursts it and explodes it to produce additional healing. Now to join me for... Oh, wait.
Hello?
Hey, one second.
Hey.
And now to join me for going over all of the talents and what they're really going to be looking for, we've got Volk and UT, courtesy of Questionably Epic, and of course the Wormrest Temple Evoker Discord. So what's going on, guys? Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, hello. Big
All
day
right.
today. We
It
did not get
is.
Ruby Adept. We got something quite different.
Right, so they just ended up changing the name from what it originally was. I think I have the chart around here somewhere, where they just said, hey, JK, it's no longer Ruby Adept, it's going to be Flame Shaper. So how does Flame Shaper look right now?
Well, it's a cooler name, so they've started well.
All right.
There's a lot we don't know about the tree yet, but it's positive at first glance. We're gonna have to wait until alpha to know for sure, but it's better than what I expected. To be honest, I expected a devastation tree with like Prez tacked on, like some of the specs have kind of felt, but if anything, this almost feels like a preservation tree with devastation tacked on. So we take those.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was very happy reading through the tree and not seeing that we were just an afterthought of it. So
Yeah, and so
small
let's-
wins.
Yeah, exactly. And so starting it off, I don't know if I would call it a small win, but Preservation is going to have access to an instant heal on a low cooldown, and with later talents, it's going to have multiple charges. What was your initial reaction after seeing what has been desired for an incredibly long time for Prez?
I think we're hoping that it is instant. I think that you're right, but they leave just enough to the imagination in these notes that you can't be 100% sure.
That's fair. That's fair.
But I think that the possibility of an instant cast heal is big. We're going to cover a few other things soon, I'm sure, like whether you can echo it or not. But if you consider stuff like lifebind ramps, where you're just like attaching yourself to most of the raid and ramming yourself with as much healing as possible, another instant cast button to fit into that is really nice.
2 charges of it too.
Right. And so it looks like it's really heavily synergizing off of as many additional periodic effects that you can sort of stack onto it. And you have a few different synergistic abilities that are encouraging you to be spending more of your essence spenders on things like Echo. Is that going to be right? Where you want to make sure you're echoing Dream Breaths or Reversions to get more output out of your engulfs?
Yeah, probably. The big question that's going to linger until we probably have alpha is whether you can echo this ability itself. So you can echo every other heal that Preservation has, and so you'd assume you could do it for this one too.
Mm-hmm.
But whether you can or not changes how you use it a lot.
Okay.
And so if you can't echo it, which I think is probably going to end up the better play style. I don't know if we'll get it or not, but I think that would be better. Then yeah, you'll put out lots of hots, and then you'll blow a lot of them up for big AoE healing.
And just spot healing, which is
True.
The spot healing is very nice. Like if you're on Farak right now and one of your mid ramp, you've got TA out, you're echoing, someone gets chopped down to 20%, you don't really have any answers.
Mm-hmm.
They're dead before you can cast Living Flame. You don't really want to interrupt your ramp to cast Reversion or something like that, although it's an option. So most of the time you just kind of time dilation them and pray. So it'll be nice to have a button that kind of fills that role.
Yeah, and so the way it looks to me is that you would be wanting to have Dream Breaths out as frequently as you could for when you're using your engulfs to be able to sort of tee those things up together. Because Dream Breath's cooldown is what, 25 seconds or so?
30 seconds, yeah.
30, yeah.
30 seconds. And then you're having 2 charges of 20-second cooldowns on hand so that you could put out those Dream Breaths, then get some engulfs to sort of synergize both spot healing and AoE burst. It's almost like a chain heal of old, don't you think, where you're having a lot of healing going into that primary target, and then it's exploding and sort of bursting for extra healing around your
It's
allies.
uncapped as well. Like it's square root scaling probably. So you blow up a Dream Breath, you could
Ooh.
heal the entire raid if they put a good range on it.
Yeah. Don't even talk to me about range with Evoker. We'll be here all day. We'll be here all day. I think that's another thing too, is we recently had patch notes for Evoker talking about some of the struggles they had. And to sort of make up for it, they said, oh, we're going to help you maneuver and have better defensives. Now we have something like Trailblazer, where Hover and Deep Breath are traveling faster, Hover's traveling further. Do you think this is a sign that they're going to be sticking to this reduced range?
UT, you can take this one. The
I-
range question makes me angry.
I certainly hope not. I I don't think
No.
any amount of mobility you could give us could make up for being out of range of dispels on Farak. And if anything, we've talked about Trailblazer for a while now. Trailblazer can actually be kind of more of a negative than it could be a positive.
Right.
Because 50% further distance on your hover. Hover already goes very far, and it's kind of uncontrollable. Like, sometimes you just want to hover in place and you accidentally press W and you go shooting forward and you die to a boss mechanic. This on Farak specifically, I could see myself flying off the edge.
Yeah.
P1 with
yeah,
like
it's more positive
wildfires.
than negative, but yeah, at least it's a choice node. So if it's
Yeah,
a problem, you can drop
right.
it. But yeah, I think
And-
it's.
Sorry, good.
I think we got two really good hover talents, and I think they're both in Chrono Warden.
Yep.
I mean, you also have an insane M+ talent with Shape of Flame. Like, let's talk about that. You have ridiculous mob shutdown now.
Yeah,
It's definitely being able to CDR these abilities as well. Being able to maybe, like, for example, in Throne of Tides, the people that cast the big shields on people, possibly being able to make them miss that, completely negating
I
a
think
mechanic.
I think it's going to be
impossible.
melee attacks.
You think it's just gonna be melee attacks?
Yeah, I think miss basically always applies to melee, and it's still good, but
Well, if you're blinding the target, I thought it would work for only targets that you can actually hit them with the tail swipe or wing buffet. Like I was thinking of the like Gilbans in the gauntlet area. If you like tail swipe them, send them up into the air, like the spears would miss, or the casts of their.
I hope
like,
you're right.
their
I hope
bolts
you're
would
right,
miss.
but
I just don't think it would work on elites or boss fights. That's the way I read it.
no,
at least.
for sure, yeah.
It'd bring
That'd be funny, whack for rack with it and just skip a wave of dispels or something.
it'd bring preservation utility instead of just augmentation, because augmentation doesn't have, any access to this tree. So it'd be cool if it has a better way of working, maybe with some elites, but like definitely probably not bosses.
I suspect this will be one of those like utility nodes that most trees have that end up being pretty low impact, but yeah.
We'll see. All right. So
It's
let's
to be
talk about the
tested.
greater depth, really, that we have of the tree. What kind of gameplay are we expecting? Let's just assume that we're not able to echo and engulf. What sort of gameplay would you guys be expecting for a raid environment to best take advantage of this ability?
I think the two charges. So if you can't echo it, then Lifebind becomes quite a substantial play. I could see you stacking yourself with hots, which is quite easy to do, and you can control almost all of them except for Dream Breath, which I guess you could also technically do with very careful positioning. So you've got 4+ hots on yourself going into damage. You ramp on the raid, you press Verdant Embrace probably on yourself, so you're in a Lifebind ramp. You now hit 1 or 2 of these on yourself, and they're all healing for like 250 to 300% more at instant cast speed. Instant cast means you can also fit Spirit Bloom rank 1 in there. That's a lot of healing.
You're also
Okay, so-
exploding the Dream Breath through the Lifebind as well. It could be
And the best part here is it feels like a big ramp, but actually none of that has a very long cooldown. The longest cooldown thing there you have is if you want 2 charges, then sure, you've got to wait the 40 seconds. And if you want Dream Breath on yourself, then you've got to wait 30 seconds for that. But you can do this very often. You're doing it more often than Yulon or anything like that.
Yeah, okay, so the idea is spreading echoes specifically to make sure that you're spreading life binds as a result, mashing tons of healing into yourself to then reflect that healing onto the entire raid.
Basically, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's quite similar to what we do now. You're gaining an extra button to do it. And it's probably flexible enough a button that a lot of the time you could even spare one during your ramp. Like if it doesn't echo, you could throw one out on someone that's low, like your Disc Priest trying to waddle the next mechanic or something like that.
What are you trying to say here?
Look, we do all we can to help our fellow healers.
I love it. I love it. So talk to me about the changes that we had for preservation. This is what 10.2.5, right? Where reversion was having a chance to trigger Essence Burst. It's very new, right?
Yeah, that
It's
was
very new, yeah.
part of the 10.2.5 changes that we actually have a video out on. But
Ooh. Give me a
Yeah.
link after this.
but the changes that we got in 10.2.5 were probably some of the best changes that we could have gotten outside of range. It allowed for reversion to be a button that we never pressed in either build, to now being a button that we press in both builds, and it made Grace Period, a talent that we were forced to use in a Blossoms build and had no value in it, actually has value because now we're echoing reversions and spreading the healing buff everywhere and gaining essence bursts from those reversions. So we gained a lot of healing.
So it's the feedback loop of echoing reversions. Reversions are critting, and then you get more essence burst to spread more echoes to spread more reversions.
Well, reversion doesn't need. Oh, never mind. Sorry. Reversion ticks themselves do not give you essence burst. It's just the initial cast.
Got it.
So it's basically like using your temporal anomaly, consuming the echoes with living flame for procs, except now you're doing it with reversion, and you're getting more healing bonus, and about the same amount of procs.
Got it. And so you also have potential with the targeting for Conduit of Flame, where you have additional crit strike chance if you're placing those reversions, or maybe even those echoes, on higher health targets, to then cast that reversion on them.
That node's just going to be very good in general, because in the modern healing game, like, a lot of your healing is done to targets above 50% health,
right.
like 90% of it most of the time. And reversion itself, which is our strongest scaling spell with crit, is even more likely to tick on people at high health. And so we should get very good uptime on that. It's kind of funny, actually, because Devastation's going to get about 50%, right? Like, the boss is above 50% health about half the time.
Yeah.
But we're going to get like 90% uptime on that, probably.
Oh my god.
Okay, so that's pretty good. The only downside is that the Chrono Warden version is just like a flat 10% intellect, basically, which is even better. But we'll see how tuning goes on that.
Right, so I was going to ask, we now have both of the builds available for preservation. Does one seem a little bit better suited to Raids or Mythic Plus, or are they both sort of hybrids, and you kind of have to see which one's going to win out?
I think they both do both very well. Like, it's not like some where you go, okay, this is going to be way better in Mythic Plus. I think both of them do good things in each.
Both of them are definitely very good for
I think
raid.
I'd prefer this tree in Mythic Plus, honestly.
Yeah.
I think adding an instant cast heal is very convenient, even though you can often get away with using reversion as a spot heal in Mythic Plus. And you can also use it offensively here. You don't get all of the benefits, but you don't have to use this as a heal button. You can also use this as a DPS button.
True. Yeah, you have the option.
So I think that'll be quite fun to play with in Mythic Plus.
And so we were talking about Lifebind builds with something like Flame Shaper. Does Chrono Warden also have a significant change to the builds that you would be playing with? So let's just say, right, as an example, if these were perfectly tuned equally, it could kind of come down to just which playstyle that you would like to mess around with.
So yeah, this one is more, right now, would be kind of more spreading your house out and being more Lifebind based. Chrono Warden has our tier piece from Season 2 that makes it so our Spirit Bloom has a large hot based upon how much it does. I think in Chrono Warden tree it's 30%. So that tree would be more just big ramps for Spirit Bloom. This tree would be, you have some spot healing, but also you're doing a lot of Lifebind, which increases your survivability a ton as well.
Both trees have a lot more for Echo build than Blossom builds as well.
Yeah.
Just for those who play Blossom builds. Like, you get a little bit here, your Blossom turns into a hot. That's kind of nice. The problem is you don't have a lot of other hots out, since you're not like echoing a big Dream Breath or a big Reversion or anything like that.
Mm-hmm. What do you think is the big weakness of this build right now? Is it certain talents that are kind of bad? We kind of just have to know more about how they work? Or are there certain struggles for certain types of boss fights that might be bad for Flame Shaper Evokers?
I think there's enough flexibility in there that you could do well anywhere that Evoker can do well right now, but you're not necessarily unlocking new strengths that you don't have now. You'll be able to express them in slightly different ways, but most Evoker weaknesses will still be Evoker weaknesses, outside of maybe spot healing being slightly better. I don't know what kind of a size they're going to slap on the base heal here. I'm kind of thinking it'll be quite low, and a lot of power will just be from consuming the Dream Breath and echoing it out. But we'll see.
Okay. And what is your favorite part about this build?
I think the number of combos it opens up. What do you reckon, UT? I think the number of combos it opens up, whether you can echo it or not, will be very fun to play around with. Like, some trees, you kind of know how they'll play already, right? Whereas there's some experimentation you can do here, some different setups you can do depending on the situation you're in. And I think that's way more interesting. Like, you're unlocking gameplay here.
Yeah, you have to also add into the fact that we have stasis, which allows you to store charges of our engulf here. So one thing that I was kind of talking about earlier was maybe we echo out dream breaths onto people, spread echoes out onto those people, and then engulf them, and that spreads, that consumes a bunch of your dream breaths that are echoed out, and they explode into more dream breaths. And there's potentially combos that you could do with stasis where you're just exploding dream breaths everywhere and spreading them around everywhere, which could be potentially very, very strong, and also just
Very satisfying
cool.
too. Like this could be a very satisfying tree to play if it all fits together and works when we get alpha.
Okay, so it's been a minute since I played some Prez. We're talking about hitting Stasis, which stores your next 3 spells, hitting Dream Breath to spread around those hots, casting 2 Engulfs to then trigger the explosions of Consume Flame, and now you have those 3 abilities stored in your Stasis, and then you can activate them again for even more burst.
It's potentially, it could be a massive amount of healing in a very short window. And this could work in raid too. Now you're just spreading dream breaths around everywhere over the raid, and you're exploding them. And it in my mind, that just sounds super fun, and I'm very excited to start testing this. Even if it doesn't allow it to be echoed, that still works. You're still exploding dream breaths, still spreading them. But if this ability can be echoed and the effects of the ability go through the echo, we could have some very, very complex but very fun gameplay.
Okay, complexity is an interesting point. For other specs, we've kind of seen, maybe this is some bloat in abilities, or maybe this is cognitive bloat because you have more to track. Preservation, notably, and Invoker in general, doesn't have too many active abilities. So what do you think about the challenge of managing this hero talents? Is this
I think adding a new ability was by far the best way to go. Like, my concern about the tree is that we don't have any fire abilities that are very interesting. And so building a tree around a fire theme, well, that could have been really bad. And so instead they just add an ability. Because we don't really have that many abilities. We've got a few abilities that have 100 effects on each of them instead.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think this is actually... Preservation is quite complicated to play, I think. Like, I think that it's easy to misunderstand, and there's lots of little bits and pieces. And this will add some of those, but it at least does it through a new button. So they're a little bit... how to put it, they're all encompassed in this one button, and so if you don't want that extra complexity, you can just not engage.
That's true. Yeah, because Chrono Warden doesn't have any extra buttons,
exactly,
right?
Chrono Warden doesn't have any extra abilities.
Yeah.
And so I think this is a good way to go.
When I first read Flame Shaper, I was like, what are they going to do? They're going to make our Fire Breath heal more? Are they going to make Living Flame like our main heal? Like, what's going to go on here? And I was very worried for a minute, but seeing the first thing say we get a new ability was like, it took 1,000,000 pounds off my shoulder. I was very happy.
The entire tree is basically based around this ability. Like even the small power increases kind of relate to it in a bit, like Dream Breath healing increasing. That's good by itself, but it's really there so that you consume it with Engulf and heal for even more.
I love that. Okay,
we also have combos like very quickly, we have Call of Ysera, you might remember, which increases Dream Breath healing by 40%.
Mm-hmm.
So put that out, consume that, now your Engulf Explosion is also doing 40% more.
That's right. Okay, so you're increasing the healing of that Dream Breath by using the Verdant Embrace in advance, and then you're also having the extra synergy from Consume Flame. That's a good point, yeah.
It's just like sick combos like that will be very fun to play with, I think.
I wonder if the buffs travel through Traveling Flame as well. It could be very...
Oh yeah, that's cool. The other thing. It's a very minor node, but I think it'll feel very good. When you engulf, the speed of your next cast is increased. And one of the biggest complaints a lot of people have about preservation is some of your long casts are just very damn long.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how the combo will fit in. I don't think you're going to be able to engulf right before you Spirit Bloom every time. But just the fact that you could is really nice.
Yeah.
All right, so what is your general rating that you guys both have for Flame Shaper?
I'm giving this an A-.
Oh, okay.
I will give it a B+ if it cannot be echoed, and I will give this probably an A to an A+ based on tuning if it can be echoed. I want to say S, but there's a lot of tuning that can screw stuff up. But thematically, I want to say A+ if it can be echoed.
Okay, and so what's the biggest thing that Blizzard needs to like relate to you guys, or what's the big thing they need to make clear early on for for this talent tree to be a banger?
Echo, whether you can echo it or not is important. I wish they'd just add that to the post.
Okay.
The only other thing the tree is kind of missing is the defensive capabilities are a little awkward compared to some. Like some of them, there's like a defensive node in basically every tree, and some are very straightforward. Like you press your defensive and get an absorb, or it DRs more, or something like that. But this is weird. This is when you press Renewing Blaze, someone else gets it as well, which isn't really a defensive for us at all. And the other one is your Renewing Blaze has a chance to heal you for slightly more sometimes, and so it's just it's a cool node. I like giving Renewing Blaze to someone else. I think that's awesome, but it's not really a defensive, is it?
Yeah. One other thing to kind of note about this tree that we didn't really touch on was Titanic Precision. When we've so whenever you cast your Living Flame Reversion as your strike, if it crits, it has 100% increased chance to trigger Essence Burst. When you cast Reversion, it doesn't actually do any healing right away. So, and we don't get Essence Burst from Azure Strike, so both of those already don't work. So that could be something they could.
Yeah, the assumption is it's going to do a crit roll, like a hidden crit roll, and then if you crit, then you get the extra. But it really reads like the spell itself critting, and so that could probably be clarified.
Yeah.
To just say like a chance equal to your crit chance to increase it by 100% or whatever.
Makes sense. Any other final thoughts you guys have?
That's how it works.
Yeah.
No other real final thoughts. I think it's a really good start for a tree, and it's definitely one of the better ones I've seen across all classes so far. Yeah. Not speaking for any Devastation Evokers, purely for Prez.
Yeah. Do you think they're going to be unhappy?
I don't know. The feeling earlier wasn't quite as positive as it was for Preservation, but I don't know Dev very well, and so I won't speak for them.
Makes sense. All right. Any final thoughts, UT?
I'm very happy with the tree overall. I think this could be some of the most fun gameplay I've ever had in WoW if it works properly. In terms of it echoing or not echoing, I don't want to say works properly because it's going to work properly eventually. But if it works how I think it in my head, you know, it could be super, super fun. Just exploding Dream Breaths, spreading them around. Defensiveness would be a little better, but that's all I got.
All right, I love it. Make sure you link me that video you talked to me about before. But otherwise, thanks so much, guys, for joining me for the combo.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Yeah, take it easy, guys.
See ya.
See ya.
How you doing, Jericho? Sorry we were recording and everything for YouTube stuffs. Yeah, welcome everybody from Kalamazoo stream. How's it going, guys? I don't think that you would detonate the, like, engulf heal NECA as well. Sorry, I'd sent you in your question before. Sorry, big dog. President down bad, of course we're happy, yeah. I gotta tell you, these, I mean, we reviewed all the healer ones today. And so I gotta tell you, these have given me a lot more, like, hype and excitement. All the healers I've talked to have been like, this is pretty good, or this is great. Like, I'm actually pretty okay with healers not getting announced today. Yeah. How you doing, Jericho? Saw you hanging out earlier and stuff. If you ever want to do these talks in the future, I can always bug you. I know I've been having Vulcan UT on most times we're having our Evoker chats. For Prez, having Flameshaper and Chrono Warden, they both appeal to you for different situations. That's great, dude. This is one of the few active abilities that I'm, like, excited about them adding to the game. But of course it makes sense for makes sense for Evoker, right? Just DPS dragon stuff? Okay. I thought you'd floated a little bit between them. But yeah, I usually focus on them between the healer setup. Lack of art time whiteboard in the new place? There is. The whiteboard is in the corner of the room. Oh, I wouldn't be surprised if there's going to be more tuning and everything. Well, it's funny, after, like, I was reading it, and I was like, oh yeah, you spread reversions and, like, other things, then you dream breath and you explode, and you just kind of heal steadily, and then they're talking about these ramps, and my mind was just blown. I was like, oh, holy shit. Yeah. Yeah, when you talk about the stasis thing, I had to, like, check myself. I'm like, wait a minute. Oh, holy shit, that sounds insane. That's why I wanted to repeat it, because I haven't played Evoker in a minute. That sounds so sick. Okay, so I haven't seen these other videos, man. I haven't seen these other hero talents. Let's check it out. You're one of the 3 people that kind of like Lightsmith too? Dang. Sorry to hear it, dog. I'm, you know, less worried about... I'm a lot less worried about, Lightsmith stuff, even though I'm not, you know, a fan of it at all. But I'm less worried about it when there's, like, another good option, right? I wish M Plus disc had it as well. Yeah, of course, UT. I got you guys. It's always a good time. Always a good time. All right, let me see. I have no idea about any of these other ones. As a rider of the apocalypse, you are a champion of the 4 horsemen, calling upon their aid to assist you in battle. You have proficiency in mounted combat, and your link with the 4 horsemen bring conquest, war, famine, and death to all that oppose you. Is that what the 4 horsemen represent? Is that the AutomaticJak as seen on the Wowhead front page? Oh my god. Take your word for it. Take your word for it. Yeah, Swaggles was very excited. Main page. Oh my god, Pog. Wait. Hey! Thanks, man. All those bribes are paying off. Thank you, dude. The critically acclaimed priest enjoyer. Yeah. Passionate. All right. But yeah, so if you guys are tuned in, we've reviewed all 3 of the hero talents that are related to healers, and we've had experts on, so you can always check in the VODs, and we're going to have them on YouTube, so make sure you subscribe to the YouTube as well, and we'll have full-fledged videos. Yes, they will, Fence. If you want to sub to the YouTube and everything, you can always check the VODs right now. You just click on my logo, go to past broadcasts, and you can, you know, sort through it as well. But I'm going to be, every single day, 10 a.m. Central, we'll upload a video. And we'll space them out and everything. It'll be a great time. But we had Swaggles on to discuss Mistweaver. He was extremely positive about it. We had Thune on to discuss Shamans. He said it was pretty good. Pretty decent. You know, not unhappy about it. And then Volk and UT, we're both very excited, giving B+ and A- ratings for the talents as well. Some little, like, nitpicky feedback and everything so far, but everybody has been very positive, which is getting me excited too. So I'm gonna go over some of the DPS stuff because I haven't seen it before. But I'm fucking stoked. Like, this is a good feeling, right? After seeing like Oracle and after seeing Lightsmith Paladin, I knew there'd be some misses, but we kind of had some early misses. So I'm excited now. Right of the Apocalypse is great. Spending runes is a chance to call forth the aid of a horseman. Mograine casts Death and Decay at his location that follows him. White Mane cast Undeath on your target, dealing Shadow Frost damage per stack for 24 seconds. Each time the Undeath deals damage, it gains a stack. Cannot be refreshed. Trollbane casts Chains of Ice on your target, slowing their movement and increasing the damage they take from you. Ooh. While Nazgrim is active, you gain Apocalyptic Conquest, increasing your strength. Okay. So you spend runes, get buds. While at your aid, the Horseman will occasionally cast Anti-Magic Shell on you and themselves at 80% effectiveness. That's kind of cool. Pact of the Apocalypse. When you take damage, 5% of the damage is redirected to each Horseman. While not directly related to the Rider of the Apocalypse tree, we know that both Sandland and Rider trees have talents that interact with D&D, and we like to avoid those talents drawing too much of the focus of feedback, as we have some plans to alleviate the pressure of staying within your D&D. While we have nothing to reveal right at the moment, we can say we have plans to change how Cleaving Strikes functions in the War Within. What's the TLDR on Cleaving Strikes? Your damage is increased by 5%. You gain the benefits of your D&D while inside Morgraine's D&D. On a Pale Horse. Wait, that's already a passive. While outdoors, you're able to mount your Acarus Death Charger in combat. Oh, that's pretty sick. Oh, you have to be in your D&D to cleave. Okay. Death Charge, active ability, replaces Death's Advance. Call upon your Death Charger to break free of movement impairing effects for 10 seconds, while upon your Death Charger, your movement speed is increased by 100%. You cannot be slowed, and you are immune to forced movement effects and knockbacks. Oh my god, you're gonna run people down. Oh my god. It was actually what we talked about. Dude, imagine just this Death Knight mounted up and just running you down in PvP. Holy crap. That is actually insane. Oh my god, dude. That is actually insane. Outdoor dungeons perma-mounted. Yeah, they gotta be careful about that. Yeah. White Mane's Famine. When your diseases deal damage to an enemy affected by Undeath, it gains another stack. Additionally, when Undeath deals damage, it affects another enemy. Ooh. So if an enemy dies while Nazgrim is active, the strength of Apocalyptic Conquest is increased by 3%. So basically, if an enemy dies and Nazgrim's helping you, you get more strength. Each rune you spend increases its value by 1%. Sheesh. So you gain a strength buff when he's out, and you spend a lot of runes, and you get more powerful. Dang. When you Oblit or Scourge Strike... Oh, so this is Unholy and Frost. Okay. When you obliterate or Scourge Strike a target affected by Trollbane's chains, it shatters, dealing damage to nearby enemies and slows them for 40%. It's kind of cool. Okay, so when Mograine is out, you get more benefits at a D&D. When Trollbane is out, you cast abilities to break the chains that he places on him and deal more damage. When Nazgrim is out, you spend more runes to get more strength and hopefully kill a target to get even more strength. And when your diseases deal damage, when White Mane's putting diseases on them, you get even more disease damage. It's kind of sick. Hungering Thirst, the damage of your diseases, Frost Strike, Death Coil are increased by 15%. Fury of the Horseman, every 50 runic power you spend extends the duration of the Horseman's aid in combat by 1 second. Oh, okay, so that's gonna be kind of interesting. You have like the conflict, like if you have Nazgrim out, you want to spend runes, but then you also want to spend runic power so you get more Horseman aid. While you have 2 or more Horsemen aiding you, your runic power spending abilities deal more damage and 10% chance to refund a rune. Oh. Mossworn Menace. The cooldown of your Horn of Winter and Unholy Blight is reduced by 15 seconds, and Death and Decay is reduced by 10 seconds. And Apocalypse Now, Army of the Dead, and Frostworm's Fury call upon all 4 horsemen to aid you for 20 seconds. Holy shit. Yeah, you Army of the Dead, and then you get all of the 4 horsemen to aid you in combat. And then you just pop off. So, haste good. Haste good. Mash buttons. Win. Well, Akira's pulling up to help out. Yeah. There's going to be an insane amount of, like, clutter on your screen from the Death Knight. Oh, my God. That would be a good benefit for next expansion. I don't, in PvE in a raid, I don't need to see the entire army rolling up. But, I mean, I kind of love that, where it's like the whole swarm, you know? Whole swarm's rolling up to help. Because, like, how are Frost playing right now? They're just hitting Breath's in Dragosa, and they're trying to maintain it by spending runes, and then Breath is consuming runic power. It's been a while since I played any DK. Are you actually using? I thought Horn of Winter was just a buff. Are you getting like runic power out of it? Oh, it's a buff and 2 runes. Gotcha. Dude, that sounds pretty sick. Deathbringer is what? Frost and blood? Okay. Powered by the Shadowlands, their physical strikes and abilities aim for their enemies' souls and vanquish them without mercy. Oh, we have an active ability. Okay. Actually, what actually starts this? Spending runes is a chance to call forth the aid. Okay, got it. Got it. That's the activator. Reaper's Mark costs runes and has a cooldown. Slice into the soul of your enemy, dealing Shadow Frost damage and applying Reaper's Mark. Each time you deal Shadow or Frost damage, add a stack of Reaper's Mark. Alright, after 12 seconds or reaching 40 stacks, the mark explodes, dealing damage. Reaper's Mark travels to an unmarked enemy nearby if the target dies, or it explodes below 35% health when there are no enemies to travel to. This explosion cannot occur again on a target for 3 minutes. Interesting. Shadowlands. I know. Reaper's Mark unleashes a dark wave towards your target and back. They get Divine Star? What the heck? Dealing Shadowfrost damage both ways to all enemies in the path. Wave of Souls crit strikes cause enemies to take increased Shadowfrost damage for 15 seconds, stacking up to 2 times, and the wave back is always a crit strike. Ooh. Your Blood Plague has a chance to deal 30% increased damage at Shadowfrost. Your Frost Fever has a chance to deal damage at Shadowfrost. Interesting. Okay. Did you ever like hold on to a cooldown so you could pop off with like 5% more damage in that window? To do 10% more damage or something? Passive shadow damage without racial? Maybe. Shadowfrost damage applies double stacks to Reaper's Mark and quadruple stacks when it's a crit strike. Blood, Rhyme-empowered Howling Blasts deal Shadowfrost damage. Frost, Blood Boil deals Shadowfrost damage. So all of your abilities are kind of just like merging together like the Frostfire stuff. Choice Node. When you suffer a damaging effect equal to 25% of your max health, you instantly gain Death Pact at 50% effectiveness. May only occur every 2 minutes. So it like what, leeches health off your pet? Right? When a Reaper's Mark explodes, the cooldown of this effect and Death Pact are reduced by 5 seconds. So you have more pets out to like eat their HP, right? So it's almost like having your own built-in auto Death Strike. Each rune spent reduces the magic damage you take by 2%, and each rune generated Reduces the physical damage you take by 2% for 5 seconds up to 5 times. Grim Reaper, Reaper's Mark explosions deal up to 30% increased damage based on your target's missing health. And applies Soul Reaper to targets below 35%. Oh, so you just like auto-apply your execute button. Reaper's Mark's explosion causes a piece of the target's soul to tear out and spiral outwards, dealing 10% of the explosion's damage to enemies it passes through. Enemies hit by this effect deal 5% reduced physical damage to you for 10 seconds. Reaper's Mark cost is reduced by 1 rune, and its cooldown is reduced by 50%. Reaper's Mark cost is reduced. Okay. Reaper's Mark now explodes at 50 stacks, and the first Scythe of Exterminate has a 100% increased chance to apply Reaper's Mark. While Icy Talons is active, your runic power spending abilities deal Shadow Frost. Marrow Rend and Heartstrike have 20% chance to increase the max stacks of an Icy Talon. Consuming Killing Machine or Rhyme has a chance to increase the maximum stacks of an active Icy Talon by 1. Okay. This is, what's this called? Deathbringer. Frost and Blood Decay. Yeah. Blood Plague deals its damage in half the duration. Second Scythe of Exterminate applies Blood Plague. Frost Fever deals its damage in half the duration. After Reaper's Mark explodes, your next Marrow Rend or Obliterate costs no runes. Summon 2 Scythes to strike your enemies. The first Scythe strikes your target for physical damage. It has a 15% chance to apply Reaper's Mark. The second Scythe strikes all enemies around your target for Shadow Frost damage. Variation of Soul Reaper. It's like Soul Reaper without execute. Before execute. Something like that. Death's Messenger reduces the cooldown of Lichborn and Raise Dead. When an enemy deals direct damage to your AMS, the cast speed is reduced. Ooh. Yeah, it seems like there's going to be a lot of visuals that you're going to have on hand. Yeah. Well, I know people are insanely excited about Rider of the Apocalypse, but are people pretty like pleased with Deathbringer stuff? Makes sense given they both deal with death. Yeah. Flameshaper is very hype. Yeah, we went through all the healer ones already, and they are extremely hype. I'm a very big fan of them. I'm a very big fan of them. Was Kalamazoo happy about the Warlock one? Is it good? Af and Destro. Let me run to the bathroom real quick. One sec. They're removing Essence Font from the Mistweaver tree. What? Make updates to Mistweaver Monk to remove Essence Font, along with changes throughout the talent tree to accommodate this and ensure that gameplay is not disrupted. Interesting. So you would... Interesting. I kind of like that, honestly. Looks like they're saying death to Caster Mistweaver. Soul Reaper that spreads does more damage to Shadow. Allows Bloody Cage to spec into A-Bomb Limb for a dungeon like Everbloom with the spread out casters. That apply to a Stomp too. They might give you like passive hots or something like that from the Stomp, but I'd imagine, for one thing, that definitely devalues. That definitely devalues your mastery even more, but that's not a bad thing. It sounds like they're removing it from the game. I think if they made it baseline, they would have just said, hey, we're making it baseline, you know? I would have thought, but you know, what do I know? There we go. Just drunk. I love monk class, all 3 specs. You're like 5 or 6 monks in just one server. Hell yeah, dude. Dude, I'm very excited for monk. Hopefully all the monks are excited. I know Swaggles is. I'm hyped. I'm big hyped. Are we having a mage talk? Maybe. I have thumbnails teed up for the healers. And I'm down to like be reading through and see if we hit up some other people. Was Kalamazzi excited about Hellcaller Warlock? I'm actually gonna ask him something real quick. Let's see. Replaces corruption or immolate, and it's called a wither. Bestows a vile malediction upon the target, burning the sinew and muscle off its host, dealing shadow damage over 18 seconds. Salon's ferocity, shadow damage, and fire damage increased. Blackened Soul, your damage abilities further corrupt enemies affected by your wither, increasing its stack count. Each time Wither increases, it has a chance to become acute, dealing Shadow Flame damage to its host every second until 1 stack remains. Wither will always become acute after reaching 8 stacks, or when its host reaches 20% life. Okay, so it kind of like burns off the stacks. It's kind of cool. Salon's Cruelty, Fire crit strike chance increased, Shadow crit strike chance increased. Mark of the Lagashi, Curse of Weakness, also applies Curse of Tongues. Oh my god, finally. These damn warlocks will apply their curses. Good lord. Oh, good lord, man. The second one's more insane. Enemies within 10 yards are affected by your Curse of Weakness and Curse of Tongues. It's 75% effectiveness. Oh, that's actually really insane. Yeah. You're right. You're right. Damn, dude. Thank goodness. Holy shit, thank goodness. Hate Fury Rituals. Wither deals 100% increased damage, but its duration is shorter. Yeah, they will be in melee. Wither damage is increased by 15%. When Wither gains a stack from Blackened Soul, it has a chance to gain 1 additional stack. Zevrim's Resilience. When you consume a health stone, you also restore 10% of your max health as Soul Leech. Sacrifice 10% of your max health. Soul Leech now absorbs an additional 15% of your max health. More defensive power for Warlocks. Good thing. Need that. We really needed that. Take those melee cleaves. Yeah, that's true, actually. Mark of Xavius, Affliction, Agony damage is increased. Agony is now a combo skill. Directly recasting Agony within 2 seconds applies Agony to one other nearby ally. Wither damage is increased by 10%. Wither is now a combo skill. Directly recasting Wither within 2 seconds applies Wither to one other nearby enemy. Cull the Weak. Casting Wither directly or refreshing Wither with less than 4 seconds remaining causes Wither to gain stacks. I don't have it. Chilling. Checking out all the hero talents. We got that content. This is the Hellcaller Warlock. Yeah. Blackened Soul deals increased damage per stack of Wither. Agony deals damage faster. Wither deals damage faster. Malevolence. 1 minute cooldown. Dark magic erupts from you and corrupts your soul, causing enemies suffering from your Wither to take Shadow Flame damage and increase its stack count by 3. While corrupted, your active Withers are acute, your haste is increased by 10%, and Malefic Rapture gains an additional stack of Wither to targets affected by unstable affliction. While corrupted, your active Withers are acute, your haste is increased, and Chaos Bolt grants another stack of Wither. Dang. So it doesn't seem like there's too much extra like bloat that you have on hand. It kind of just changes around a couple abilities there, and it's not too much cognitive load, I don't think. It's not like these procs you have to be watching out for constantly. Yeah, it's not bad at all. Big fan, big fan. Farseer is looking pretty plain. I will say, Farseer is plain, but it's not extra like button bloat. And so I'm kind of fine with that. I don't know. I would rather, like, if Farseer is like the worst of the talent trees or something, I think that's a really big win. Is the best way I would think about it. Personally. I think that's like a good way to be able to have like a fairly balanced setup. And it's like, okay, you have this, you get a bit of benefit. It doesn't overly change or require you to play around procs, you know, and then you're chilling. And that's all you gotta do. I would be more worried about them going the path of like Oracle stuff where it's, hey, there's another ability you have to manage, have to watch out for, have to juggle, and it's giving the benefit to other people, right? Like the Evoker setup where, hey, here's some additional abilities, or here's an additional ability, but it actually shores up some weaknesses for you, gives you a good reward, fills in your spot healing, etc., right? Mistweavers were really positive. So I I interviewed Sweggles for Mistweaver, Volk and UT for Preservation, and Thune for Shaman. And so I'm going to have videos on YouTube for all three of the fellas who joined us for the interviews. But yeah, all three were at, like, Thune was the least positive, and he said he gave it a B or B- for Farseer Shaman. Sweggles was super happy about the Conduit of the Celestials for Monk. And then Volk and UT were really happy about the flame setup. The flaming evoker. The flame shaper evoker. Yeah. So, like, they're doing that, and they're sending the Oracle Priest back to the drawing board. So I think we're cooking, you know? I think we're actually cooking. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like they made Divine Image into a whole big thing for Shamans, and it's like, okay. Yay. Divine Image for Shamans, you know? What are they going to do to the base kits? I think we are going to see, at least for healers, kind of like reducing the base kits a bit. But I'm mostly fine with that. I'm totally fine with that. I am definitely like concerned overall about like defensive creep coming into play, and everybody is kind of getting a defensive ability on hand. What's the Shadow Pan Monk stuff? Is this cool? How you doing, Kane? Dealing damage equal to your max health generates a flurry charge. For each 400 energy you spend, unleash all the charges as strikes, dealing physical damage. Flurry strikes have 15% additional chance to crit strike. Enemies who die within 5 seconds of being damaged by a flurry strike explode. That's pretty cool. Dealing damage to uncontrolled enemies within 8 yards. That's kind of cool. Flame Shaper is perfect for Dev M+. Hell yeah. Striking the same targets 5 times within 2 seconds grants haste. Multiple instances of this effect may overlap. Do they even really want haste, though? May become injured, summon Whirling Steel, increasing your parry chance and avoidance by 15%. Predictive Training. When you dodge or parry an attack, reduce damage taken by 10% for the next 6 seconds. Damage dealt by Fists of Fury and Keg Smash count as double toward Flurry charge generation. Fist of Fury damage is increased by 10%. Keg Smash damage is increased by 30%. Your Vivify always heals you for an additional 30%. Chi Wave, Chi Burst, Expel, now Leech, 10% of damage dealt. Dang. Flurry Strikes increase your agi by 1%. Energy Spenders deal an additional 15% damage. Every 50 energy spent reduces the cooldown of Storm, Earth, and Fire, Serenity, and Weapons of Order. Blackout Kick deals additional critical strike damage and increase the damage of your next set of Flurry Strikes. Each 10 flurries become infused with Wisdom of the Wall, where your crit strikes deal an additional 30% damage. Mastery is increased. Burst increases your dodge and crit strike. Flurry now deals additional shadow damage. So you kind of just do damage? That's kind of what I read from this. That's kind of what I read from this. Yeah, I saw that. I saw the post about Conduit stuff. Yeah. Anything to smooth out our damage again? Yeah. Yeah, I'm actually very glad they're getting rid of Essence Font, though. Hit news, the new tree looks really sick for Monk. Like, really, really sick for Monk. Old Pandarian animations? Like, for what abilities? It sounds like they're just removing it from the game, guys. That's what it sounds like. Yeah. I don't know why they would remove it from the talent tree and make it baseline and then not just expressly say it's baseline, you know? That's my thought. That's my thought, at least. Yeah. What video should I put up first, guys? Let me at least get one of these up. Cooking stream VOD? Yeah. Probably Monk. That is true. That is true. Going to bring you the Farseer. Always vote Monk. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Let me make sure I just get this going. I need you guys seeing my my download section. Hey, what's going on, guys? It's Jack, back again to bring you the Conduit. Hey, what's... Alright. I don't know what Hodges is, Milo. Hey, what's going on? It's Jack. Yeah.
It's essentially just a...
Stomps him a whole bunch of enemies to help out. Flight of the Red Crane, Refreshing Jade Wind, and Spinning Crane Kick have a chance to con for 20 Conduit and receive 15% less damage for its duration. Conduit. Or
it makes it quite a... It is pretty cool.
The absorbs to bounce around and heal allies, to get cooldown reduction from your Rising Sun Kick and other abilities. All of those things at once if you cast it during Celestial Conduit. Or it's automatically cast when Celestial Conduit ends if it's not used during the channel of Celestial Conduit. So you have all of this sort of synergy coming.
The ability to interactions here.
All of those things at once if you cast it during Celestial Conduit. Or it's automatically cast when Celestial Conduit ends if it's not used during the channel of Celestial Conduit. So you have all of this sort of synergy coming in together. And to join me in going over all of these changes and what they mean for Mistweaver, we got Sweggle. So what's going on, man? How are you liking the Conduit of the Celestials so far? Okay, cool. The Celestials that you're proccing, thanks to Unity Within.
Yep.
And then you just go to town and blast.
Yep. It's Because speccing totally into that in raid feels very fun. Feels super fun to just blast DPS and get a lot of HPS out of it.
And so for you,
Hopefully, Courage of the White Tiger pushes. Thank you for having me on.
yeah, later,
Take
dude.
care.
Hell yeah, I'm excited for this stuff. This is gonna be great. Cool. Hey, what's going on, guys? It's Jack back again to bring you. Oh wait, this stuff is like super simple though. For like the complicated stuff, I hire an editor. Yeah. What is it called? Conduit of the Celestials. Yeah. Nothing too terribly complicated on this setup. But like most WoW videos, honestly, don't need to be. Like even when I do hire my editor and everything like that for specific stuff, I don't have anything super insane. This is not what I was hoping for. Try this one. Alright, I need to do this and then just save it. I had a good one, and then I don't know what happened. All right, surely that'll be fine. Might take a minute though. All right. Premiere's harder? I don't know if I'd say it's like super hard. Like, I'm not great at editing. I'm not great at editing, but I got enough to like get it across and, you know, get the points. Usually I'll do my own editing for like videos like this where it's like, hey, here's a quick interview, let's go, right? And then if I'm like, hey, I want you to zoom in on this thing. Hey, I want you to cut to that thing. Hey, I want you to emphasize this and that and the other thing. I find that stuff tedious, and I just hire an editor to help me out. Yeah. Like when Ellie getting perm uptime and Ancient Fellowship resets. Blizzard loves their RNG, man. Yeah. That's true. With releasing, what do they do, like 10, 12 today? They should be on track, or hopefully on track, to have these all out for alpha. I am actually really excited about that. I am a lot more liquid hopeful, or echo hopeful, about them and this expansion because they're hitting those targets and because these talent trees today are just looking like a lot better, you know? Yeah. It's actually like really, really deeply encouraging to have. Like 11 now, yeah. Generic damage increases. But that's the thing, though, is like, you don't want to have more procs and more like complications to track. I don't think. There's only like so much bloat you want to add into the mix. And yeah, I don't know, Jericho, if you're caught in ad prison or something, but for a lot of WoW videos, you don't need to do anything too terribly complicated. You gotta get to the point, you know, present good information, you know, kind of go from there. I think if we have Farseer Shaman, if that's like the base level or like the lowest level or something like that of the War Within talents, I think it's actually pretty solid. It's like, okay, here you go. Here's some little thing here, and then you're set. I don't want things getting any more complicated than that. Void Weaver being pet based. They might use Void Weaver as the conduit to carry forward discs like cooldown reduction tier set, though, if you think about it. Outrageous edits, they just look awesome, but I think people are here for the content. Yeah, just, you know, get the point across. Like, I mean, Tattles is also a good example, too. If you watch his videos, they're not insane. He's like, here's this cool thing. Boom, here's the cool thing. Talks about the cool thing, presents it fast, gets the point across, done, you know? Yeah, man. He's got them views. Internet Historian? Yeah, I've seen a couple of his videos. I think I was seeing stuff about the different versions of like Mario or something like that over the years. Yeah. Oh yeah, like there's definitely an area, right, for like high quality, ultra high quality video editing or something like that. I'm just saying, like, for those who want to get started in YouTube, you don't actually need to have insanely overly edited videos or something like that to get into like content creation, you know? How's Dev feeling about Flame Shaper? The preservation evokers were excited. You always thought that was required? No, I mean, think about like Bellular versus Dratnos, right? Bellular has a very professional setup and, you know, sponsor shoutouts every time. You know, lots of crazy different switches and scripted videos, things like that. Dratnos is like, hey, here's this cool thing. I think it's cool because XYZ, you know? And like, he has a very big following as a result, right? So I think a lot of it's kind of like what we've talked about before with like weightlifting. Like, you could have the best protein, creatine supplements, you know, you could find that your body's missing a little bit of this or a little bit of that, and you optimize that. But like, if you don't train with intensity and your goal is to build muscle and mass and whatever, then like, if you're not training with intensity, then you're never going to get anywhere. So like, just the general idea of like, you know, if you're making videos and you want to get your point across, you know, speak good and then go from there. People were excited about Scale Commander for Dev, but consider what I said. Yeah. That's the thing, is I think it's really fine for Prez to have another button. I can't speak for Dev, but I think it's a really good thing that Preservation gets another button. Huge fan of that. Yeah, Prez is like, oh my god, thank goodness we get another button. Oh, thank goodness, finally. Average news will watch PvE years when I know exactly what's good. Yeah, that's the thing. There's an audience for everything. Or everybody kind of fills in a different a role, different niche, whatever. Yeah. Let's see. Done. I still think it's gonna be really insane when oh, wrong window. I think it's gonna be really insane when you're blinding targets with Flame Shaper. This tail swipe, wing buffet, blinding targets is gonna be insane. If it also includes casts, oh my god. Hey, what's going on, guys? It's Jack, back again to bring you shield for 25%.
To sort of focus in on one thing, whether it's, you know, get off to Vivify
Black.
towards people who are much more competitive on this spec.
Cool. Oh, those hero talents, really positive today. Yeah, man. It is a nice positive day for the hero talents, I gotta tell you. I think the presentation and everything like that of the hero talents is like steadily improving. This is what Conduit of the Celestials. Oh no. Oh wait, here it is. It's called Conduit of the Celestials, right? Right. Yeah. Weaver and Windwalker Monk for World of Warcraft over there. All right. Sorry, just fixing up this video real quick. I can just get it up and out of the way. But yeah, I think today has like really ignited a lot of hope for me for like the War Within. I was pretty negative about all these hero talents, didn't think they're necessary. You know, I have my tweets and everything where I'm like, just make them cosmetic, please, Lord. But this is convincing me, I gotta tell you. This is actually convincing me. I wasn't sure if they'd properly be able to like adjust playstyles and adjust gameplay without adding like bloaty abilities that are irritating and, you know, like not fun, right? So yeah, man, I'm hopeful. Okay. Effects of the new spells and passives are getting extra aesthetics with the choices. They said that you would be able to clearly see which like spec that the person was going to be. So I'm hoping it's going to be like visual. It definitely seems that way for gosh, what is it? For like the Four Horsemen, I think the Conduit of the Celestials is going to be easy as well. Because you're going to be able to see like, oh, okay. You're spawning all this stuff, right? Yeah. Adding new spell effects with a lot of the stuff. Yeah. I'm really excited about the Mistweaver stuff, Darda. I got the video scheduled and it'll be up in like 5 minutes. All three Evoker trees for different reasons, which is insane if you think about it. Yeah. I felt like the Chrono Warden one was kind of like meh, but this, the Flame Shaper stuff's got me really excited. It's got me really, really excited. Because it also just fills in the, like, spot healing that I wish I had as a prez, you know? So I am very, very stoked about that, let me tell you. I feel like it just makes my life, it's going to make my life so much easier playing alts, because even if the optimal build is one thing, when you have other viable builds that are something else entirely. Like I actually felt I was having like a lot of fun playing my monk a couple days ago in raids when I was playing a fist weaving build. Even if it wasn't the best, it was like pretty close, you know? Or close enough for me to be like, all right, this is fun, you know? That stuff is just like super, super encouraging. Season 2 two-piece in both hero talents. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely think that the range stuff is very much set in stone. I do agree with that. I definitely agree with that. But like, there's only so many battles you can win, right? There's only so many battles you can win. All right, video going up. Should just be on YouTube right now. If you guys ever want to give it a look, get a little thumbs up, that would be sick. Take the range in temple like 5 or 10 more. They'll drop their overall healing. Yeah. I think people would be fine. People would trade a lot just to make sure that they guarantee that they get some decent healing. Or some decent range on their healing. Excuse me. Warping, blinking across platforms. The Chrono are eating themselves off of it. Yeah, you could spec out of it though. You could spec out of it though. I forgot that it's a blink. Yeah. But is Blizzard saying it's getting added to the base tree? What do they end up saying? I don't know why people are huffing copium that it's getting added to the base tree. More defenses to try to get into range. Yep. Ours is an update to current builds. Yeah. Yeah, it's just kind of the same thing. Let's see. Oops. There we go. Let me pin. There we go. Just an extension of what they do. Yeah, they gave it like, I mean, the Mistweaver stuff is, or the Farseer stuff is basically divine image for Resto Shaman. And like, that's fine. My big concern, I talked to Thune about it, was that it kind of waters down your abilities. It makes them hit a little bit less hard. Because if you think about it, if you hit like a Riptide during your Ancestor, it's like the Riptide healing plus the Ancestor healing. And if they're retuning the balancing, right? If you think about it, then all your other spells are hitting a little bit less, but then it's accounting for the Ancestor there to provide some more healing. So you feel it when the Ancestor's up, but when the Ancestor's not up, your heals feel like garbage. That's my concern. I don't know if it's going to happen, but that's my concern. Yeah. Rid of the Farak intermission orbs? Yeah. That would do it. That would do it. Yeah, now I'm just ready for the Void Weaver stuff to come around.
When?
Whew, I got my Cata Beta strat. They were the 87 months, dude. I got it. When they start adding some templates or something like that, I'm not leveling from 1. I'd be down. Maybe next week though. If we don't have much news going on, I might spend a couple hours here and there leveling. Made it to level 8. I think I'm like level 9 or 10. Yeah. I spent a few hours and I'm like, man, I really don't want to level from fresh right now. Because aren't there already boosts you can get if you get like the Kata edition or special edition? You get like a boost and you just have to do the last 10 levels. Like that stuff's totally fine. I'm like, I played WoW for a while. I'm not trying to go level through everything. Come on. Come on. The regular game launches, yep. This is going to still be mandatory, even if it changes playstyle. I mean, Mistweaver's like mandatory right now because it just does more healing than everybody else, right? It just annihilates everybody in output. And the type of healing it does is really good for this raid with all the ad healing. So, like, gameplay changes would affect that for sure. Yeah. But there's gonna be a lot in the air, basically. Oh my god, we're gonna be sweaty and min-max it up for launch. Woo! Yeah, well, we'll see. We have lots of time. We have lots and lots of time before the next expansion to even figure out how all these gameplay changes are gonna work. How all the min-max and all the stuff is gonna happen. It's exciting. It's interesting. Alpha, beta, 11L, then TW, yeah. I agree. Having some more flex healer comps would be nice. Conduit Celestial sounds insane. I love it. Definitely the winner in my eyes. Slayer and Hellcar are looking good to me as well. Yeah, today in general just feels like a lot better about the hero talents. It's like insanely encouraging. It's like, oh, I think everything's looking better, you know? And now I'm like actually happy that none of the priest talents are out, if you think about it. Because now they're hopefully, you know, reverting Oracle to something that's gonna be better, you know? What is this? The Elemental Resto Shaman Farseer tree still doesn't seem to add much to the spec's limited utility. Worst case, they'll be able to see far from the bench. Holy shit. I think this tweet's getting deleted for sure. Who's running this account? This. The Elemental Resto Shaman Farseer tree still doesn't seem to add much to these specs' limited utility. Worst case, they'll be able to see far from the bench. Holy crap. Damn, the elemental shamans are out in force, man. Oh, man. Written by Ellie Main, yeah. It was written by Bond, the last Ellie Main. The last Ellie Main. I mean, yeah, that's still a stretch, though. I'm not expecting the hero talents to give, like, raid utility, you know? Yeah. At Thune, holy shit. Wow, it responded to me. They said it was Thune. Yeah, that checks out. Oh, man. What a take. What a take. DK does? What's the raid utility? Yeah, I mean, with Chrono Warden, you're like trading output for it, right? Yeah, I don't see anything crazy. But, like, I wouldn't expect somebody's raid slot to come from a hero talent, you know? Yeah, there's like a little bit of movement speed, but movement speed's not a raid slot. Shaman has speed totem. Like, you know, come on. Come on. All right, do it up, do it up. DK movement to everyone? Are you sure? Oh, it's Sand Lane. Okay, okay, okay. I mean, there used to be like insane amounts of leech that you'd get from like the Legion stuff, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see, we'll see. Shouldn't give raid utilities. Still, Shaman needs something. Totema could bring some unique utility. Yeah. I think they could also just be paring down like everything. If you think about it, they could also just be reducing all of like the raid utility that the game has. I think that would help a ton. That would really, really help a ton. Like they could get rid of the class buffs. They could homogenize some of them. There could be a few different things. There could be a few different things on hand. Chain heal? Not with the Farseer build, they're not. Definitely not with the Farseer build they have coming in. Yeah. I mean, if they were gonna make changes to like who has battle reses, who's giving like raid damage or something like that, I would be stoked. I would be stoked. But yeah, who knows? Anyway, gamers, I'm gonna head off. I'm gonna finish recording the other videos. Get all those out of the way and get them done. And then, who's tomorrow? Saturday? Yeah. We'll hit it hard tomorrow. Probably do some keys, maybe some cata beta or something along those lines. Maybe go over some of the other trees. Something like that for DPS. Something along those lines. But if you haven't followed the stream already, sub to the YouTube already, be sure to do so. I got one of the videos up for the Mistweaver Hero talents if you missed it. And I'll have the Shaman and Evoker ones up this weekend when I can. All right? Take it easy, friends. Love you, face. Let's toss the raid on over to... See what's up to now. I haven't had a chance to really host now. And he's AFK. Oh my god, this is perfect. All right, we need to say a good hello, a mighty hello to now. But have a great night, guys. Thanks for all the love. Thanks for all the gifted subs and everything today. Love you, faces, friends. Have a great night.